All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm going to be joined with Ian Trottier, author of High Stakes Treason, all about Russiagate. All about Russiagate. This is an honor to have him on. And you know what else is an honor, folks? Getting Juan O'Savin on with him. I'm going to have them both on just in a moment. But first, Trump signs a special document in case he's assassinated that J.D. Vance will have full power and control. I've always thought that, if the president is assassinated, obviously the vice president would take over, but I don't know what this special document entails. So I'm going to ask Juan O'Savin and Ian Trottier about this. Mainly, probably Juan O'Savin knows more a little about this. But folks, you know what else? You know what else? You know what I'm about to do right now? Noble gold, baby. That's it. Nobody has ever said, I wish I'd waited a little longer to protect my savings. So why are you? Here's what most Americans don't know is that you can roll part of your 401k or IRA into physical gold and silver without cashing out, paying taxes, or taking a penalty. It's called a gold IRA, and it takes about 15 minutes to start. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com for your free gold IRA guide. And like I've said many times on here, Colin Plume is a personal friend of mine. What a nice guy. And his whole team is awesome to work with. You get your gold on time. You sign for it. It's awesome. NobleGoldInvestments.com. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Get on it, folks. Now I'm going to bring on Ian Trottier and Juan O'Savin. Hey, guys, how are you doing?
Nino, great to be back with you.
Super.
All right. So,
yeah, and by the way, Nino, just real quick, let me add this one thing. So it's just a letter on the part of the president concerning Vance. It just kind of enumerates things that are already there. The Constitution determines the right of succession between if a president passes for any reason or is unable to complete their office, and that goes to 25th Amendment or 25th.
I guess I guess this is kind of making up my mind for me on JD Vance. I kind of felt like, I wasn't too sure about JD Vance, but Trump seems to really like this guy, huh?
Well, remember, he's doing his job. A vice president is not supposed to upstage the president, and he's supposed to help do some of the extra stuff that's cleanup, be understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, so he can seamlessly step into the position as much as possible if the president is unable to complete the job or passes. And so Trump is using Vance exactly as he intended to use him. Would he officiate in the same way Trump is? Probably not. And part of the reason is because he just doesn't have the same life history, the same juice as Trump does. We don't want anything to happen to Trump, but covering your bases and making sure that his wishes are clear and articulated, so that if something like that were to happen, there's latest current thoughts, if you will. Imagine, would Trump have written the same letter on behalf of Pence?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. And Pence was there because other people wanted him there as a safety net for them.
But isn't it the same kind of story with J.D. Vance? I mean, it's kind of the same theme, isn't it? Or no?
No, I don't think. I think that's incorrect. And we know it for a lot of reasons. But I don't want to distract ourselves. I just wanted to, because what Ian has, and this part of the story there is probably more important for today. But Trump's just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's appropriate to put people at ease that these issues have been addressed. His feelings on this are current, and the threats, we should also read into that. The threats against President Trump are very, very real and continuing. So we're in a hell of a fight. And trip to China, all the dramas. Remember, in his first term, there was an errant surface-to-air missile that was fired that, by all accounts, was intended to accidentally take out Air Force One. So up in the Northwest, there are threats that are hard to fully imagine, understand. By the way, the Q400 aircraft that was doing barrel rolls with a kid who'd never actually flown before except on computers. Where it crashed, that was the control center that was used remotely for that missile. So there's a lot more to that story. We're going to learn things over the next years and decades even, as things continue to bleed out, that will just continuously shock people, the depth of the enterprises within our own government and military operations that were controlling America, and people involved in those, and including, of course, what Ian has with Brennan.
Before we get to all that, I just want to cover up one more thing. Tulsi Gabbard getting raided by the CIA. Is that true, or is that false? Fox reported it.
It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. It's not that it's not true. It's inaccurate. Her office was not raided, but there was documents, I think about 40 boxes of documents that some three-letter personnel came and reappropriated. That was stuff that would, I guess the way you'd say it, was under her care and control. So there's some questioning.
So it wasn't an aggressive style type raid where they come in and shut everything down and take everything. It was just more so I guess you could call it a more subtle type. Did they ask for the documents, or did they come in and just take them?
No, they just came in, went in the room, grabbed the stuff, and left. And so there's been personnel out talking to them. What could they possibly sift it away? Remember, here's one important thing. And I remember back to a particular person who was determined to be passing secrets to the Soviets. And so at a certain point, in order to control the type of information that would be used in court, they planted some materials that were highly classified, but were not the things that we were actually going to do within a military operation. They planted it in this person's office and made a little bit of stink about the importance of these documents. So the person made copies and funneled them to his contacts with the drops and everything else. Then when he was arrested and prosecuted, they could pick and choose what they wanted to use in the prosecution. They used the documents that weren't actually what we decided to do from a technology standpoint, but they were all official. They were the real thing. It was just we had more advanced mechanisms in this particular type of technology. So they salted his work area. He took the bait and then conveyed that stuff, and so it controlled the narrative within the legal prosecution. Something similar to that wouldn't surprise me a bit is going on here. We know a number of the operatives that are playing around and doing things. We do want to be able to control what stuff comes out in the public and how it comes out. And of course, these are all documents that President Trump was going to see go to the public through Tulsi's work. So here they have a room that's got stuff that some people don't want released, might have names, certain relationships, and they let these guys have just enough access to a noose to hang themselves with, and appears that they did.
So Ian Trottier is here. He's the author of High Stakes Treason. I guess, Ian, I'll let you take it from here. You're going to be at the event June 15th to the 17th, correct, in Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's correct. I'll be presenting the information in the book on the 16th, 16th of June. I will be there throughout the duration of the event, and I've got some nice information to deliver to folks that will be in attendance. But to bring you up to speed with some of the work that I've done recently in the past few days, I just got back from DC, Nino, and I met walking the Capitol with the information in the book. I was fortunate to actually exchange some FaceTime one-on-one with Senators Ron Johnson and Senators Rick Scott. In fact, Nino, Ron Johnson, when I showed him the book in hand, he was familiar with the book, and he said that his staffer would be reaching out to me. That individual's named Brian. This happened the day before the report last night on Jesse Waters about the quote raid. Looks like it wasn't a raid, but there were documents that were taken, 40 boxes from Gabbard's office for the redaction to take place. I met with Johnson in outside the Capitol, just an exchange before that. He was familiar with the book. He immediately had one of his staffers contact me. So that's something that is developing. He was very much interested in the contents of the book from my impression. And I've got some other daggers in the fire as well. But critical to the book, Nino, is that, as you may know from our last encounter together, there are three forwards. Two of the three forwards, the first one is written by Roger Stone, and the second of the three forwards is written by John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou, Nino, is a former CIA agent, and he was on last night with Jesse Waters. So Kiriakou is a critical piece to this Brennan investigation right now. I joined Matt Gaetz's show 2 nights ago, where we discussed briefly the FBI agents coming up from Miami that went to Langley. I don't know the names of those agents, but we do know that a release per Matt Gaetz that there's been FBI now questioning people at Langley again, and that happened the same night that I'd met Senator Johnson on the Hill in that brief exchange. So there's lots of interesting things happening at the moment. Let me just revisit this quickly, Nino. So America's Voice had just posted with a journalist named McCabe that the raid, it wasn't a raid, it was a CIA access to Gabbard's office. Now, according to this journalist McCabe, who I'm not familiar with, they had access. They used code, that they had permission. That's what is told through America's Voice, to access this office, the CIA, and remove the boxes. Well, that made me immediately think of some of the information in high stakes treason, because what we know is that behind the scenes, John Brennan created for himself a CT intel monopoly, which is a counterterrorism information intelligence monopoly. Well, in a nutshell, this is what came to my mind, was on page 112, and I just tweeted about it in response to that post by America's Voice. He states, this is John Brennan, he states that through the TTIC, now there's no relation, of course, with the TTIC, the Gabbard's office, that I know of, but he says 26 classified and unclassified networks flowed into the Terrorist Threat Interrogation Center, which is what gave way to the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center. What I'm saying is that Brennan created this as a result of 9/11, and what I'm doing is I'm portraying the power that I suspect John Brennan retains in the intelligence community in D.C. Therefore, we're going to suspect that perhaps the CIA, with John Brennan, and Patrick Byrne has stated recently in the past few months on Alex Jones that John Brennan still owns, that's a quote from Patrick Byrne, he still owns the top 2 layers of the CIA. That would, to me, impress upon me that he still controls it. Patrick Byrne, who's a CIA asset going back to 2006, Patrick Byrne himself is a former CIA asset. He still owns the top 2 layers of the CIA. Plus, 3 nights ago, my understanding, and I saw the clip, I think it was 3 nights ago, John Brennan himself, resetting the statutes of limitations, spoke to Nicole Wallace on MS Now and stated, this is before the disclosure with the CIA whistleblower on the Hill. John Brennan himself said that there is a legion of intelligence agents on the Hill working to undermine the president. That would be Donald Trump. John Brennan himself said that just a few nights ago. And if that is true, then again, I'm going back to page 112 in my book, continuing to say that the TTIC, he said, had more access to more information than anywhere in the government. And again, Nino, the reason I'm quoting that out of the book is that we may not, we being just members of the Republic, right? Just ordinary members of the Republic, all playing our role in society, we may not know the extent of the network of power that Mr. Brennan has created for himself inside the District of Columbia and our government, and our intelligence community.
So let me just get to what we were going to talk about here. So that's a great overview of what's going on here. But okay, Edward Snowden. This guy, could he be pardoned? And I have to pose it as a question here because it is FluffTube, it is YouTube. So it looks like he's going to get a pardon from Donald Trump. And if he does get a pardon from Donald Trump, what does that mean? Does that mean he will testify against Brennan and Comey and the usual suspects here?
That's exactly what it means.
What is the impact if he does?
Well, it gives high stakes treason major firepower, and for your viewers to understand, I received the information from me. The research that I compiled and turned into this book was given to me by an FBI agent, a former FBI agent. He spent over a decade in the DC field office, that provided me research that had been rejected by the FBI and lost him his job with a company called Cyvalence and got him a death threat. And outside of the fact that his family called him crazy, he presented that research to me. I turned it into a book. What's important is that what we know is that in 2011, just going back here, 2011, when this former member of the intelligence community at the FBI was tipped off to what John Brennan should have known and should have done to prevent and help the Norwegians prevent the Oslo bombing, that's Anders Breivik, is that 2 years after he got tipped onto what John Brennan was sequestering. That means hiding vital national intelligence. Edward Snowden proved to be true, and that would be through X-Keyscore. So if we were to bring Edward Snowden back into the conversation regarding John Brennan, that supports all of the allegations laid out in high stakes treason, which shows in a nutshell that John Brennan retained vital national security information. He hid it, he sequestered it so that he could benefit financially and basically sell out our country. That means he's a traitor. That's why I use the word high stakes treason, because he clearly, according to the information of the book, he clearly committed treason on this country, providing aid and comfort to an enemy during a time of war that is a global war on terror. John Brennan did it to a count of possibly 25 times listed in my book. So Edward Snowden, this is a massive new development that just came.
Is trying to work a deal. Before President Trump won in 2024, I had a contact that's, lives in the presidential compound in Russia that we occasionally communicate. He had asked if I had thought that there would be an acceptance of a proposal to work something out for Snowden to be able to testify against some of the people that were in the intelligence community, including and specifically named Brennan. I had just, with no direct knowledge, just on principle, said, yeah, I think that there would be, if you want to try to work a deal, I think there might be room for a deal there. And then I was with attorneys who dealt with Julian certain information, and similar questions were asked in that vein at that time when I was over in Spain. And so there is a desire on some of these people's part to present information concerning people into the intelligence community, including and specifically, not limited to, but Brennan precisely. Remember, the way the intelligence agencies are run by these globalista are a tag team operation. The Global East groups, CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, various other, secret handshake groups that are out there. You can name 20 of them: Atlantic Councils, Club of Rome, etc. They they work together and coordinate together on their globalist ambitions, and so it's a tag team operation. You think you're only dealing with people over at CIA? No, you're dealing with a whole group of people that are working together against the interests of the American people. Excuse me, people and people across the world. It's so much bigger than most people understand or to understand or.
Juanito, so you're breaking up a little bit, but Ian, could I get you on Nino'sCorner.tv to talk more about this in the coming weeks as this starts unfolding? I would love to have you on the show along with Juanito, like we just did right now, and really go into depth on this, because I got a feeling this is going to blow wide open. And not only that, I think the deep state moves are coming. And I think that's why this National Prayer Day, that's why Trump signed that document for, just in case he's assassinated. I got a feeling this is about to get really, really bumpy.
Yeah, I'm absolutely available. More than happy to join Nino, join you, Nino, and I would agree with you that things are certainly heating up, and the weak link from my vantage point would be John Owen Brennan. He's left a paper trail. It's clear. It's right here. It's a paper trail. So that's going to expose this syndicate. This what Juan's talking about. This global syndicate that the U.S. intelligence agencies are essentially being manipulated by. Much broader, bigger than people realize.
Let me ask you both this. What do you think is the deal with Obama going to the UK, then going to Canada, taking these secret meetings? Is he running, trying to find a place to hide? What's going on with this? Is he plotting something?
Yeah, I mean, my response to that is I don't know about the socialists to our north. I just call them socialists. The Canadians, great country, great people, but they'd have no chance to defend themselves. They've given up that right for deer hunting, contrary to our system here. The British, there's something going on with the British, and again, it's linked, and this is why I direct people more to Patrick Byrne. It seems to be linked. There's surveillance community anyway out of Cambridge University. Obama certainly knows things. Like Juan was saying, he was born. I think he said this offline. He was born into that system. John Brennan basically converted to it, right? And they've got that stronghold on it. A lot of this. A global community that Juan is talking about, well, that runs right out of London and the system that controls their monarchy. Because let's not forget, and I mentioned this with Michael Jaco, Nino, a couple of weeks ago, but I think your viewers were probably fairly well aware of this. The city of London controls that monarchy. And that is what I think a lot of us who are very vocal on the ground level here in the States are saying with our Federal Reserve System, is that it's created in a very, very similar way to how they're strongholding that the Swiss banks are strongholding the British monarchy. But that would be my answer. That intelligence community, that international network, is very, very much tied to the backbone of how their economy operates globally. But not to get too far stretched. That's my thought.
All right, and Juanito, I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
Laura Loomer is attacking Tulsi Gabbard, saying she's a traitor.
Well, who's getting her intel from? Who's paying her bills? Who's doing stuff behind the scenes with her? Who's she beholden to? Yeah. Say it one more time.
Is she kind of like a necessary evil that Trump needs to deal with right now? Because Trump really backs her.
Trump has no. He's gone after her a couple times here recently. He did have her in Air Force One, but she's somebody else's tool in there. And the only thing I'd say in that regard, Nino, everybody gets to pick a lane. And as time goes on, a lot of these relationships become clearer and clearer and clearer. How many times have I told your audience that the real problem here is the City of London, the city within the city, where the Queen, when she was alive, had to go to the gate of the City of London, take off her shoes, enter, curtsy and bow, kiss the ring, kiss the ass of the mayor of the City of London, where the square mile where all the banks are, which is the old Roman city within London with its own wall, etc. What Ian is telling you is the same thing that I'm saying to the audience here. There's a nexus of authority and control within these global networks that hasn't been recognized. Even China hasn't been their own man because the banks are controlling China. Hong Kong controlled by the Brits. Oh, we left, we're done. Hiding in plain sight, these hidden relationships and power plays that control the direction of the world, even into the finances and things like that. So there's games within the games. More of this will get exposed, and the relationships of certain people within those games. I don't need to be the internet police. Enough people, you will know them by their fruits, by their actions. So you don't have to guess. Before this is all over, a lot of these alliances are going to come out. In fact, I'll tell you one little sneaker. So I've seen a certain person inside the Trump operations that has, for all the world, he's just the greatest guy in the world. And really speaking truth about stuff going on, especially out of England and like that. Yet I know he's a paid operative to MI6.
Oh, you don't want to say who it is?
1,000%. And it's no, I'm not going to go there. But over time, that will get exposed. It will not be unknown into the media, and there's going to be some embarrassment over that, I believe, by all the parties involved. It's all going to come out.
Is he very, very close
As
to
this
Trump?
thing comes unraveled, it's all going to come out. That's the whole point, and they don't want it to come out.
Is he very close? Is he very close to Trump?
Well, we'll let that come out.
Okay,
it's not a minor player.
I don't want to put. Yeah, I don't want. I know you want to stay in your lane. I get it, fellas. Thank you so much, Juanito.
Well, let me just say this, So I don't want to deal in that particular regard. Hold on. This is important. There's going to be plenty of efforts to slime and besmirch everybody. But some of that's not going to stick because the truth's going to come out. Who was related to who and how's it going? I use this as an example. If right up until Admiral Rogers presented what he had to President-elect Trump, back in 2016, November 17th.
Be careful here.
If he had not gotten into that office and shown Trump that he was being with paperwork showing the exact listening in on him, you would have thought he was a bad guy. He got to the head of NSA, and not an easy thing to do. Arguably the most powerful position, second to the presidency on the planet, the biggest intelligence gathering agency on the planet. And yet when he broke to the side of Trump, he showed his true alliance affiliations and gave critical information, not just to Trump, but to the country. He had to play the game all the way along. There's other people that have had to play the game, and even actions. You could argue maybe that a Brennan or a Comey or other people were in some kind of a deep cover operation to expose some of the other players, and they tell stuff. Well, it'll come out, and they won't have been who they would like you to believe, pure as the wind-driven snow. That's what this moment in time is about. Everybody gets to kind of get revealed for who they really, truly are. And even within your listenership, Nino, a lot of people that are a little bit too ready to dump Trump at the drop of a hat. As things come out more and more and more, it'll be harder and harder to side with the crews that say that Trump has somehow lost his way or whatever. We're doing just fine. Trump's said that he will never betray us. He will never abandon us or go some other direction. I think he's telling the truth. And but some of this stuff isn't clear quite yet. The fog is lifting.
Juanito, thank you for joining me. Ian, thank you for joining me. Ian, I'll be in close contact with you. Let's line up another show for .tv. Nino's Corner.
And by the way, and I hope other hosts will get Ian on, because Ian is doing the Lord's work. He's got and his book's fantastic. Go get it. I mean, and I'm so thankful, Ian. I look forward to seeing you there mid-June. You want to hear Ian in person? We still got some room. And Dark Horse, the new Jim Caviezel movie, if you like Sound of Freedom.
I have one
You'll
question.
love Dark Horse. It's right there. Yeah.
I have a question. Are you guys, since we're all going to be in Vegas, are we going to play some roulette? Some blackjack roulette? Are we going to gamble a little bit?
Well, I won't do it during the conference, and I'll be tied up the day before, but maybe after we can decompress. And,
well, you know me, Juanito. I pop in and out, but we are going to go get Italian food, right? We're going to go get some Italian food.
Oh yeah, yeah. Love that. We'll get out there and enjoy it. I love my certain things that I love about a certain place. So, yeah.
All right.
And by the way, anybody that hasn't seen it yet, go over and Tina Peters. I've got a coin over at All Patriots at gumroad.com. That's not trinket by design, because how are we going to remember this period of time decades from now when the kids are trying to understand what happened here? Some things will fade away, other things will be kept. That's why we do it with silver. It'll be kept. And who's this person? What was their role? Tina Peters, front and center. Her work, her dedication, and the time in prison totally unjustly. We're in prayer. I hope that we're going to get her out end of the month, and based on what Tickton told Trump and this moment with these disclosures of foreign interference. And if so, one way or another, whether we have to remote her in because she's going to work on getting her health, or we get her there in person, I hope to have her at that conference free indeed. So love you, and I hope people put you on every show out here in the Patriot community to understand what your message is. And I look forward to seeing you in Vegas.
Yeah, this was a stellar show. I'll see you both in Vegas. God bless both you, Ian and Juanito. Thank you for joining me. God bless you guys.
Okay.
All right, folks, that was that. So I think that was a pretty stellar show. Ian Trottier and Juan O'Savin brought the heat. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I believe SG Anon is joining me tomorrow for the morning show, so we'll get his perspective on everything. We'll get his perspective on Tulsi Gabbard. We'll get his perspective on Trump's China trip. Folks, I do a lot of work formulating and coordinating these shows. I hope you appreciate it. I do see your super chats, but let me just be clear here on the super chats. I haven't figured out Alex is not with me today, so the super chats, I don't know how to bring them up by myself. So I'm sorry. When Alex is with me tomorrow, I'll try to read through the super chats and be fair to everybody. I'm sorry I missed him. I'm not able to do that myself. I don't know how to do it. Hey, I'm very sorry, you got to kind of excuse me, But anyway, folks, love all of you. Thank you for joining me. I'm signing off. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, right here. Oh, and Nino's Corner.tv. I still got it going. Live forever. One payment. You live forever. I'm going to have phenomenal guests on. Juan O'Savin. You'll just see way more of this on Nino's Corner.tv. And I have a show going up tonight. Now, this is crazy. This is Katie Asher. Her son, autistic son, is injured from this. You see me pointing to my shoulder, right? He suffered an injury from that, and he's autistic. And his whole life, he was severely autistic. Anyway, he's a supernatural phenom. This kid sees heaven, hears God, and also can hear thoughts of people. This is absolutely a phenomenal show. And the book she wrote is called The Book of Heaven. It's on Amazon. I'm putting that up on ninoscorner.tv right now. I suggest you don't miss it. I choked up like 4 or 5 times on the podcast. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful podcasts I've ever done. Please go to ninoscorner.tv right now and watch that if you're a subscriber. You won't regret it. It's an amazing story about her son that can hear God, speak to God, hear thoughts, and it's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal podcast. I'm very proud of it. All right, folks, I'm out of here. God bless you.
The countryside. Take a look at this video of one being found. So they're putting out, contaminated insects attacking the American people and people around the world with bioweapons yet again. And then they're putting out this they're trying to put out scare propaganda. Look at this so-called Korean ship. Okay, and my answer is we're not going to give in to bioweapon blackmail. It's legal to do that. All right, and now what has happened now is that there's been a European alliance now against Israel. And this is because of the constant attacks on, the war crimes, but also the constant attacks on Christians in not just Israel, but around the world. Take a look at these 2 Tucker Carlson clips to see what I mean. In order to try to extort money. And it's not going to happen. Now, the other thing that's not going to happen is that, the U.S. media keeps reporting that Trump's going to go on May 14th to have a summit meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Well, I asked the Asian secret societies about that, and this was their answer. We, the Hongmen, have absolutely no intention of saving the current Israeli puppet regime. He's referring, of course, to that whole fake Donald Trump show that Americans are being subjected to every day, and with increasing disgust. 60% of Americans oppose what he's doing. Only 33% now support it. But, it's not over until it's over. But we know that Howard Lutnick was taken in for questioning, and he basically first admitted he lied about going to Epstein's Island. There's very little doubt that Lutnick was, blackmailed by, and we have it on the record that the fake Trump was doing that. And this is important because these people are going to face justice. And this is not abstract anymore because Canada participated in a meeting of 50 European countries. Okay, that's all of Europe. Everything to do with Europe. And they agreed. Well, listen to Prime Minister Carney speak about it. So he's making it clear, we're headed for war crimes tribunals, and the Anglo-Saxon military, the White Hats, together with the rest of the European military, are not going to let these criminals get away with it this time. There will be a new Nuremberg tribunals, and these people will face justice. They have no choice, and we're not going to, or apparently also they're going to try another UFO show, but it's just not going to work this time. We have to finish them off. And what's very interesting is that the French and the British sent a task force it's headed for the Straits of Hormuz. And this includes the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle. And what I'm hearing from my Iranian and British intelligence sources is that they're there to protect European and Canadian shipping and world shipping from American pirate attacks. Okay, the Iranians have agreed to allow the countries of Europe and places like Japan to continue to buy oil from the Middle East without any interruption. It's only the United States that's being boycotted, and the British and French navies are going there to help protect their shipping in order to lower insurance costs. Think about that. This is an actual military campaign directed at the rogue Israeli puppet state, which is no longer the United States of America. It's no longer a democracy. It's a theocracy run by Satan worshippers, and the people you're seeing are actors reading scripts. We're sick and tired of this. The whole planet wants to move to, a normal development and creating a bright future. And, China now, most of Russia is heavily infiltrated by Chabad and needs to clean its own act up. But certainly the entire world now, including the European world, is lined up against the Israeli puppet state, and it's going to end. And when it does, all sorts of wonderful things are going to happen. Like I said, the Chinese, the Hongmen, they told us they fully support rebuilding the United States as a normal country. All your debts will be written off, and then huge new developments will start. All your infrastructure will be rebuilt. All your debts will be canceled. All you've got to do is get rid of these privately owned central banks and corporations, the Fortune 500. They have to be removed from control of Satanists like the Rockefellers, temporarily nationalized, and then without punishing real entrepreneurs, the whole system needs to be rebooted. We have to have a jubilee. This will be done in public with full consultation of all interested parties to make sure it's done to, hypercharge the U.S. economy into an era of fast growth that turns everyone into middle class or upper class. And just to give a taste of the sort of thing that will be coming to the United States once these criminals are overthrown, take a look at these 3 buildings in China. This is the sort of thing they're doing, what you can do when you have a government that's actually working to make people's lives better. But it's quite amazing. Take a look at these buildings. We're close to the inflection point, and I don't see any way that these people are going to escape justice. I don't want to give timing for it, but the United States is running out of money. They're running out of oil, and they're under international quarantine. So it'll cause some suffering for the American people. There are already gas prices are up 40%, and even though energy companies are only 3% of the stock market, energy is about 70% of the real economy. So when you see a 40% increase in gas prices, that's going to hurt the average people. And hopefully it'll hurt them enough that they'll go to Washington, D.C. and arrest all those traitors who are trying to cause a starvation crisis and kill you American Christians as we speak. So I hope the military white hats move in, arrest all those fake congressmen and the actors pretending to be president and war minister and all that. Just put them in jail. Let's end this. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
I don't have our first question for today. During the past weeks, I am getting the impression that you are transitioning to favor Carney, even though he cannot be trusted. His election and power grab is near despotic. His position on joining the EU is tantamount to a grand sellout without permission from the Canadians. Why does it seem like you're currently favoring Carney?
Well, if you listen to Carney, and he says that he supports democracy, rule of law, and that's what we need. The United States is not a democracy. It's a theocracy run by Satan worshippers. So, I'm not a 100% fan of Carney, but the fact is that right now, the British, the Canadians, the Australians, and I think a majority of American people all agree that we need to restore democracy and rule of law. Who occupy your government? So I'm not in favor of Carney. I'm just agreeing with him that we have a common enemy, which is the Khazarian Mafia and their puppet regime in the United States, which is not really being democratically elected, okay? It's a Nazi fascist dictatorship, and we're all trying to overthrow them. Once that's done, I'd be happy to see Carney removed. Next question.
Hi Ben, why doesn't Russia and or China give Iran nuclear weapons? Then the war would be over, since Iran has nuclear weapons and might use them if attacked again, almost using them as a defensive mechanism.
Well, the fact that Iran was able to destroy all U.S. bases in the Middle East and pulverize Israel without being hit by nuclear weapons is because they already have 400 solid-state nuclear armed missiles given them by North Korea. So they have nuclear weapons, and that's why they haven't been attacked. You know, the propaganda media in the United States is saying, "Oh, we got to prevent them. We got to prevent them from getting them." Well, they've had them since George Bush Sr. gave them neutron bomb tipped missiles, and they don't want to use them, and they tried to return them in the Obama era, but Obama didn't want to accept them. But the fact is, Iran isn't being nuked because they already have nukes. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I can only think positively as of late at this point. I've been praying for what we need to be seen done. However, Charles, since I keep hearing about it, it does seem that Prince William and Catherine are ready to rule, and hopefully you're right about their status as white hats, although lately Catherine appears very thin and haggard. So will we be hearing about any agreements between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, I heard that the British have already made a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and it basically, what it means, it's the old agreement between Frederick the Great and the Russian Tsar, where the Russian zone of influence goes from the east of the Dnieper River, and the Western European zone of influence, or German, goes from the west of the Dnieper River. And in that agreement, Odessa will become a free port, sort of like Hong Kong, so that the Ukraine will not be landlocked, and they'll have access to you know, exports and imports. And that's the general agreement that's been reached. So when that happens, it'll probably be made public when there is a formal change to King William, and hopefully that'll be soon, but we'll see. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you explain to us in a little bit more detail how the clone thing works? I think a lot of us are a little bit confused on this.
Clones?
When you mentioned that certain political figures are replaced or fake, how do the entire clone process
Oh,
work?
I see. Okay, look, I've been told for like years and years and years that they have clones, but the facts, the observable facts, show that's not the case. What they have is they have actors who are being. So, for example, you had a Hillary Clinton who was suddenly 20 centimeters shorter than the original, but with an identical face. If it was a clone, it would be identical. There are differences. You can see them. The ears are different, the height's different, the things that you can't alter with plastic surgery are different. So my understanding is they have many well-trained look-alike actors who can go in front of an audience and read a script and appear to be that person, but they don't have clones. Okay, it's not that. I just haven't seen evidence for that. My understanding is that clones of animals suffer from short lifespans, and I don't think there's any way to transfer memory to a clone. So I use Occam's razor. I find a more simple explanation, which is they find people who look like these leaders, and then they give them plastic surgery to make them look more like them, and then lots of training so they can act and sound like them. That's what's really going on. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you explain why China is building up a fleet of, quote, useless aircraft carriers? The strategy of President Trump to block Iran's oil instead of bombing it, in my opinion, is not stupid. Why should a fake Trump do this? The discussion you showed from Congress was not intellectually brilliant. I don't think it said much of anything. What is your strategic analysis about the situation by actual figures and not only by verbal information? And this is our last question for today.
Well, the price of gasoline is up 40% in the United States since March. Here in Japan, the price of gasoline is the same as it was in March, and I think you'll find it similar in other places outside of the United States. So the oil is flowing to everywhere except America, and military experts like Colonel Douglas Macgregor made clear that U.S. does not have the ability to, shut the Straits of Hormuz. They just physically can't do it. Trump recently tried with Operation Freedom or something. He sent in a bunch of ships, and the Iranians are reporting that 4 were sank and 2 ran aground, and they were forced to retreat. So the U.S. Military is not able to blockade the Straits of Hormuz, and also countries like Saudi Arabia are not allowing them to use their airspace to attack Iran. So basically, the news you're getting in the United States is the opposite of the reality. What's happening is the United States, the Israeli puppet regime in the United States is being boycotted, not the other way around. When Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent tried to impose financial sanctions on oil companies, Chinese oil companies, they said no. And so now the Americans are trying to attack Chinese oil ships. That's not going to end very well.
With me today in the studio, 107, who's somewhere in America driving, as you can see. But I want to say that today's program is also sponsored by the Root Brands. You're going to want to get your own free affiliate code. Then when you shop, I initially ordered the Trinity Pack, but minimally get clean slate. And if you sign up for Root Prime, it's like Amazon Prime. After the first month, you get free shipping. Every month thereafter, every 4 months, they give you $50 to $100 in coupons to go toward products. It's really a great product. It's really a great company, and I think it will be great for you too. Anyway, go to therootbrands.com/now is the time. So anyway, Juan, good to see you. I know I just got done with my event at the Ahern Hotel Friday night, May 8th, and all day Saturday, May 9th. And you came in with Sheila home, and you were not able to come because there was a wedding that you were at. But that was an amazing event, which we'll discuss briefly. But you have an event coming up next month that I wanted to talk about because I'm going to be at that one doing some interviews. And there's also a movie that you're going to be screening with Jim Caviezel. Why don't you share a little bit about that one?
Well, Jim's in the movie. Jim won't be at the event. I think he's in Europe, but we have a number of incredible people that are going to be there, including the movie is about the president of Brazil who had his election stolen from him in 2020, and then they, essentially impeached him, and with the people that were in there also through stolen elections and threw him in jail. He's in jail right now. And so what they wanted to do to President Trump, by the way. And so his son, Eduardo, has agreed to be there for the screening of the movie to talk about the current situation with his dad. And then we'll have the producers, the director, the promoter, a bunch of key people involved in the making of the movie present. And within the context of the screening, this is the first time it'll be seen publicly. So it's a big deal. And we're really looking forward to it. It hasn't been scheduled yet, but there's a fall release that they're working around a date for a fall release, something around 9/11 probably. And but it's talking about stolen elections. And Jim Caviezel has said privately that he thinks it's the best performance of his career so far. He thinks this movie is as important as any movie he's done, for a lot of reasons. And it's pretty hard to beat, playing Christ. It's just that the things at stake here for the country at this exact moment in time are
We lost you, Juan.
This is coming to a head. President Trump and wants to get two things done while in office. He wants to get back to honest elections, and honest money. But all of that starts with, and so this movie fits in the context of this conversation. What's gone wrong and how do we get it back on track? It's a very serious situation, and so the movie deals with it in an interesting way. So, if you haven't, there's only a few tickets left. I think we're about 7/8 sold out right now. So, and then one of the key speakers who announced even again today, he's going to make a major release during this event is Peter Tickton, President Trump's friend, all the way back to junior high school. He and President Trump were sitting 2 desks away from each other when the announcement came over the intercom that President Kennedy had been assassinated in school. So that's how long their relationship is. He's also the lead counsel for Tina Peters. Trent Evans and I asked him if he would take on that role, and he did. And we're fighting through on that. So we'll talk about that more in a few minutes, maybe. But very, very important conference that we're going to have. And if anybody's even thinking about it, I think the final tickets will sell out pretty quickly. And there is really reasonably priced rooms over at the Ahern is sold out. But across the street, kitty corner is the Sahara. And we have rooms there for $89 a night. You can get through the website. You can't just call the Sahara. You have to go through the Fraud Fighters website. And also rooms at the Trump for $129. And both of them have reduced the resort tax by half. They've cut it in half. Both hotels have. Mm-hmm. So it's a pretty amazing thing. And we have other announcements we haven't even made. The movie, we only got on that late last week. Most of the tickets that we sold were sold without even knowledge we were doing the movie. And then other of the speakers who are going to be out there, Brennan's going to be there, Eduardo, Bolsonaro going to be there, a number of power players. There's one of them that's we're waiting on permission from the 3-letter agency that he works for, who wants to be present, that will knock everybody's socks off. For security reasons. But anyway, it'll be one for the record books. It's going to be fantastic. So anyway.
Now, what's the actual date, Juan?
Well, the dates are June 15th to the 17th. It's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And, it's at the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas. And so.
What's the price point on the ticket?
$350. And for that, we're serving full dinner on Monday night before the movie, and then breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and not just a croissant, but an actual full meal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, both Tuesday and Wednesday. And we were only going to do up through lunch on the third day. And I had wanted to do kind of a special breakout session with all of our folks that are key on the technical side, that understand the computers and the forensics and everything else. So kind of of those folks to compare notes. I only expected maybe 2 dozen to remain for that. The reality is that as we got into it, everybody that found out wanted to stay. So we decided to add dinner on Wednesday night also. And it'll be a pretty important session because we have the computer experts and all that. And, people want to understand that and see it. So, as many want to stay for that evening session, they're welcome too. And so it's become quite a big deal. I've got several of the people that are presenting are the world-class experts in their field, including, for example, the people that have helped to school Homeland Security and the White House concerning exactly how the vote fraud was done in 2020. A lot of the intricacies that really weren't understood or known until just the last several months, even, and some of the systems that are being used against us right now in the primaries and would be used in the midterms if they got away with it. The reason that's important is because you're getting not just speculation, but people who have actually got the proof now that will be the ones that, in many cases, will be providing the expert testimony in court cases as they come up, and that's coming. Near the end of this month, the president has intoned that he is going to force the release of a lot of the records concerning the 2020 election. It's going to become harder and harder to deny that it was a stolen election, not just here in America, but in countries across the world by the same team, directed by China, but through Venezuela, Cuba, Serbia, and other locations. It's going to be a big deal. So.
Well, going back to the food, I just did the event, my event, Open the Heavens, my 8th one. And the food is some of the best that we've had. Unbelievable food for the luncheon that we had, like steak, salmon, chicken. It was the top of the line. Then I had a dinner for the speakers, Hawaiian chicken. So it's amazing food. And didn't you tell me, Juan, it's the #1 caterer in all of Las Vegas?
Well, they're for the type of service that they're doing within the hotel catering. They're award-winning. They're one of the best in Vegas and widely recognized as such. So you can't probably for an event like this find anybody that's any better in the Vegas area. They'll serve it as a buffet, but it's first class. A lot of the big hotels, they're an assembly line of conventions and things like that. So they do a great job, but the Ahern being a little bit smaller and more specific on the events, they tend to do a better job and try harder. And so that's why my reason for doing all the meals is because I don't want people to feel the need to go somewhere. The whole point of a conference like this, especially this one, is that people need to be networking and sitting together and communicating. And so you're going to have the speakers and, the attendees. Oh my gosh. Such a significant number of them could be speakers themselves at an event like this. But, just like yourself, we've got so many power players that are going to be present. You're going to get to interact with them. I think that's worth all of the ticket price, let alone the fact that, we're providing all the meals. So it's going to be a great event. I don't want to, oversell it.
Yeah.
We're nearly sold out as it is. And if somebody wants to, they need to, get her done, because once they're sold, there's no extra room or space. It is what it is. And as it is, by the way, we're already the largest event ever going to be at the Ahern. So we'll be the largest event in Ahern history when we do this.
Well, and I just did my event, Open the Heavens, and it was an amazing event. But as you talked about people coming together, it's very important that we all get to meet and spend time together. I think that's what, just as you look back over the last 5 pandemic, but I think if the people just stand up and don't listen to what they're saying, and that's coming together. I know we had, like, Kathy O'Brien was there, Scott McKay. We had Lewis Herms, who's running for governor. That election's coming up just a few weeks, that primary. Sheila Holm, and you came in on Zoom. You guys were only on there about a half an hour. But nonetheless, what you said was really important. You've been at, I think, two of them in person of the events I've done, and about, I think, three on Zoom. So we're going to be doing another one uh, probably in September. But what we do, and then we'll get into some questions, is we go into these areas where we have a 24-hour prayer team, and we literally are dealing with the principalities and powers over the areas where we just invite the King of Glory, Jesus, to come in. So I know we made an impact on what we did in the heavenly realms. Just like when Daniel prayed, remember it took 21 days to break through because of the fighting in the second heavens. So we just have to stay in our lane and do what we're called to do. And that's what we do. So Juan, you were talking to me beforehand about Tina Peters. And of course, you brought that up on the Zoom call that you came in on my events on Saturday. What's happening with that? And you mentioned there was going to be some type of situation that President Trump is going to be putting pressure on the prison warden or the
Well,
governor.
Peter Tickton just said on Bannon's show a few minutes ago, and of course we talk behind the scenes very regularly. My chief of staff, Matt Meck, probably talks to Tickton twice a day. But the reason I mentioned is he mentioned on Bannon, and he's going to be speaking at our event. He mentioned on Bannon that his advice to the president was that he give Polis, the governor of Colorado, till the end of the month to release Tina. And if he doesn't by the end of the month, that he direct Blanche over at Justice Department to declare Tina a protected witness within the federal investigations on the evidence that's going to be being put out to the public as the month continues concerning the theft of the 2020 election, stuff that we have now that's been presented over at Homeland Security, things that are going to be put to the grand juries, and that if Governor Polis fails to release Tina for whatever reason, just figure it out. And there's 50 reasons besides the presidential pardon to get Tina out of prison immediately. That if he doesn't by the end of the month, then essentially the federal government becomes aggressive, goes in and frees Tina. That this is long past any kind of justice. She's a political prisoner to both sides. President Trump has been holding on acting in order to not set precedents for stuff like this down the road. He wants to maintain a certain zone. So he's, not going further than the pardon that he already issued for the time being. And the other side of the coin is that Polis can't let her go because he will get so much heat, so much venom from the Democrats who need Tina as a scarecrow against anybody else looking into elections and how elections are conducted. So she's a prisoner on both sides. And for everybody to understand, her case, her conviction will get overturned. Just like when they went to take President Trump off of the ballot in Colorado, and then a dozen states were standing by to do the same thing. Inside the state of Colorado, every court, all the judges said, yep, you can take him off the ballot, no problem, done. And it got fast-tracked to the Supreme Court. At the Supreme Court, the justices looked at it, and normally, decisions are divided at the Supreme Court, 5-4, 6-3, 7-2, even an 8-1. It's almost impossible in this day and age to get a 9-0 decision at the Supreme Court. But in this case of taking President Trump off the ballot, it was a 9-0 decision. You can't do that. Every court in Colorado was so politicized, so full of it, that not even the most liberal of the Supreme Court justices could agree with any court in Colorado. A unanimous 9-0 decision. You can't take Trump off the ballot. That shows how screwed up the Colorado courts are. Tina's case will be similar. They turned justice completely on its head. Every step, the prosecutor, the grand jury, the trial itself, the sentencing, are so wonky that none of that will survive once it gets outside the state of Colorado. And in a normal situation, from on bail while their sentences are being appealed, they didn't do that with Tina, and they've refused to do that with Tina. Because if you're on appeal, there's a likelihood that everything's going to get changed somehow, and then the idea that you would go to jail might not ever happen. Well, in Tina's case, the appeal is exactly that. She would never, in any normal case, have gotten a conviction or be in jail at all. So when this does get overturned, she will have served all this time now, closing on 2 years in prison. She would have served all that time unnecessarily once it gets overturned. That's why you let them out on appeal. You can, have a ankle bracelet. You can have bond. She's not a flight risk, but they just want to punish her. They want to punish her. They, if it gets overturned, gee, too bad, but we got our pound of flesh unnecessarily. The president needs to step in. He's the only one, really, at this point, unless Governor Polis recognizes that pardon, he's the only one that can force that they go in there and get Tina out, and that's what we're asking. At this point, the president said on Truth Social that extreme measures, he was going to use extreme measures if they didn't get Tina out of prison. Well, okay, we're here. It's time. Do it. That's where we're at.
Juan, there was a gentleman there. In fact, Rick over at Blessed to Teach had asked if he could get up and speak, but we just had too many speakers. But he had just went and met with Tina a week or so ago, and he said, I didn't talk to him personally, but Rick had said that she was pretty distraught, almost feeling like she'd been abandoned. I know you're fighting for her. A number of us have, of course, had podcasts about her. Many people have, of course, contacted the White House. But, when you're in there, if you can imagine, for 2 years, it would probably get to a point you'd be pretty distraught over that. And so we really need to continue to pray for Tina, continue to, do whatever we can to really be fighting for Tina. Can they write letters to Tina in the prison there, Juan?
Yeah, on her website it shows how to write a letter, and then she really does need help on the financial, even the personal, let alone the attorneys and all that. Most of the attorneys are working for absolutely nothing. There's no money there to pay all the attorneys. They've done it as citizens, and but she still has personal expenses. She hasn't been able to work for 5 years. And this targeting it for almost a year, had to go through all the court stuff for several years prior to that, and the threats and drama. So she really paid a price. But it's time now. It's done. She's a political prisoner, both sides. Our side should be, it's a black mark on the soul of America. She's 70 years old. She's not a flight risk while they're doing their appeals after their sentence, and they can't get Tina out. This is bullshit. And we as citizens cannot. It's a reflection on us. You get better justice in Cuba or Russia. If you get right down to it, that's the way we would say.
Well, Juan,
So,
being in California,
so
we were the first state that shut down. Newsom let a lot of the criminals out of prison. I remember in New York, we've seen the same thing. And so it is horrible. So do you know the website of Tina Peters' website?
It's yeah, I
Well,
know
we'll put it
that
up on the
it's
screen. We'll have it up on the screen
yeah.
below. It's below. You can see it there. Please, if you can contribute to Tina, if you can write her a letter, whatever. And then in the meantime, let's continue to pray and believe that at the end of this month, we're coming into Pentecost, which is actually next week, 50 days after the Passover is Pentecost. That's when the power of God, of course, in the New Testament, Acts chapter 2, when the 120 in the upper room, when the power of God's between actually May 22nd, May 24th. So I believe we're at a tipping point, everybody, that we're going to see the power of God poured out and that justice will be served. But in the meantime, it's a fight. So Juan, as President Trump now is over in China, with a number of these high-level CEOs. What's your perspective on that?
Well, what he's doing is China has been intimidating and showing bluster concerning international communications and finance. They have been literally funding foreign nations' ships, third world countries' ships, as well as military, in convenient locations near the underwater cables that allow for commerce across the earth, communication, as though, oops, I dropped an anchor and it cut a cable. Some of this is more overt than others of it is. And essentially saying if we don't get our way or if you try to come after us, then we will, damage the world's financial system so irreparably that it'll make the lights go out worldwide. So it's a kind of a nuke, but into the financial system, commerce, business. And Trump's taken over all of these business executives. Yeah, well, we can do business with you. We can do stuff. At the same time, he's putting the high tariffs in order to get business going in America again, to reindustrialize America, turn on our own mining, our own oil production. China's been hurt because Venezuela and Iran, with the oil production out of those locations being cut off. China only has Russia to really depend on and a few other countries. And for China, what was unique about the situation with Venezuela and Iran, for example, is they were getting their oil practically for free and trading other things out. Now they have to pay market prices out within the world. And a lot of that oil comes directly from America or from close friends of America. So with that in mind, it's hurting China economically because they have to actually compete with the rest of us. And so what Trump is doing is he's putting out an olive branch and he's got a big stick. If they want to work with us, we're willing to work with you within certain parameters. If you're going to fight us, if you're going to threaten us, what he's saying behind the scenes is actually you live in a glass house. Think twice, because in that glass house, we can take you out before you take us out. We can take you out even more decisively than what you would do with us. And so, if the ships are actually in a position to threaten those cables, we'll take those ships out before we let them do that. How do I know that? The beginning of the week, we had a large number of generals that were brought in from all over the world, from their commands all over the world, and had a private meeting with the president and on Monday night. And in that meeting, they were all read in on, we're doing a standoff with China. If they're going to threaten our ability to communicate, we will take those things out before they are able to complete their mission. So China you know, it's a very strong face-off. You know, if you want to do business, we got the people here. We're turning America back on. You want to do trade? Let's do it. You want to threaten? You want to intimidate? Your generals think they can win the next war? We're here to kick some ass, literally. And may not sound like that's very Christian-like talk. You know what? There's plenty of times when God did just that and had his people do just that. If these people are going to intimidate, they're going to get what comes around goes around. And we're not going to be slow to act. We're not going to be in a responsive stance. If they're going to stand there and intimidate, we'll take them out before they're able to complete their mission, not after.
Well, you look what Jesus did when he came into the temple. You know, he turned over the money changers. He called them whitewashed sepulchres. So Jesus was not a wimp in any way. He came to help the people, you know, the people that were the ones being used and abused by the religious hierarchy of the day. That's what he came to do, is set the captives free. So,
Yep.
you know, President Trump even says that Xi and him, actually, President Xi of China, actually, that they have a really good relationship.
Well, let me qualify that. Trump gives everybody that he's been dealing with internationally, and even people around him close by, he gives them the benefit of the doubt, and he'll talk nice and all that. But if they're gonna, you know, sit there and intimidate, he'll turn on a dime. He's not. He'll talk nice, but don't read into that, as many people did over the Russia stuff and Putin. Just because he's trying to be approachable and workable, do not read into that he's somebody's toy. He's going to be somebody else's tool. He's making sure that everybody involved knows there's a new sheriff in town, including all those business leaders. You know, part of the rest of the story is they're a protective shield around President Trump. They're not going to act too harsh around President Trump, because those people all want to be able to do business to both sides. So they're there as showpieces in a much bigger game. This is chess. This is for the whole world. So, yeah.
Well, you know, Juan, going now into Iran and what's happening, like I'm in California, our gas is over $6-7. You know, of course, you know, our refineries have been closed here by, you know, these people here like Newsom and all these environmentalists. But I do believe that California is going to turn around, only because of what I heard the Lord speak to me, that there's going to be a great wave of God, a great move of God, greater than any movement. Most of the movements could start out here, at least the revivals and Christian movements from, you know, Azusa Street with William Seymour in 1906 to the Jesus movement in the 60s, Amy Semple McPherson's in the 20s coming out here, and Ashley feeding more people than the government. I mean, there's been a lot of impact, I think, because, one, people come to California to start over, to dream again. But in the meantime, you know, you're seeing what's happening in California. In fact, you heard about the mayor of Arcadia that was just, they found out was a spy for China.
Yeah. Well, we have, that's just one of many. Wait till we get to other parts of California and Oregon and Washington. Oh my gosh. And some of the stuff going into Nevada and Arizona and Utah. Oh my gosh. It just everywhere you look, it's stunning. That was just low hanging fruit. We got a bunch of them.
Right. Well, it's just the exposure is here and is coming. But as you know, when rats are cornered, they can be the most dangerous. And so we need to continue to pray against false flags, things like that. But what in your perspective is, where are we at with the Iran situation, with the Strait of Hormuz?
I mean, they can puff their chest, they can beat their chest and everything else. The reality is that's why President Trump operated in the way that he did. They've gone in phases to remove many of the threats preemptively, so that they couldn't do what they wanted to do, including a bunch of the cells that were stationed here in the U.S. Each time, for example, when Trump was talking about how he was going to just absolutely decimate Iran, all's fair in love and war. President Trump actually coming across almost unhinged was very effective, because the Iranian leadership then moved much of their most important things, including their enriched uranium. And we watched it all. They tried to get it to safe locations. President Trump said over the weekend.
Juan, you broke. You kind of broke up for a minute. We'll have to edit that out. So when you said
I apologize, but
no, it's okay.
No,
when you said that was it's okay. I just want to interject. When you said he came unhinged, was that you're referring to over the Easter weekend when there was some language that was used?
Well, because what he was doing was he was using a bluster back to the Iranians. The Iranians were going to shut down the world. They're going to change all the finance. They could bomb all the ships in the Suez or in the Strait of Hormuz, etc. And President Trump came right back. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And what he did was he scared them so bad that they went and moved a lot of their assets to new locations. When they moved them, thinking they were protecting them, we watched all of that. We now know where everything that we're concerned about is. So this last weekend, what did the president say? He said, yeah, anybody touches your rich uranium, we'll blow you to smithereens. We'll blow you to hell. Don't touch that. We can easily deal with that. You're not moving it. And part of the thing with you're in a wartime situation, a lot of things that, this isn't a policing action. We're not trying to, follow all the rules of Hoyle in a nice gentleman's game. Okay. Lives are on the line, including Christians all across the Mideast, including Iran, the fastest growing Christian population in the world for many years. So, you're going to threaten those. We're going to be very aggressive. And Trump has been successful in that aggressive talk in getting information out of the system so that we could be more effective and precise. We're not blowing up all of Iran. We're not going to destroy all their citizenry. We're going after the bad guys. In fact, over the last week, another thing happened. Hundreds of drones went out across Iran that had the ability to look at facial ID. And we knew where certain people were approximately. When they popped their head up, they've been using snipers and gunmen to mow down citizens across Iran. Those drones knew who those people were and went out the bad guys from Iranian leadership. So they couldn't come out in public and direct attacks on the citizenry. And so in a matter of about 2 hours, they got rid of, at least 20 plus and many more of, now they're to pop their heads out anywhere where they might be seen. So they're the ones having to hide because they pop their head out. There's a drone somewhere in the neighborhood that's got their face on it and send at them like a guided missile. So, it's a war, It's the way it is.
Well, Juan, as we come to a close today, I know you're going into a meeting shortly. Once again, any last things you want to say that you feel are important today?
Over at gumroad.com, over at allpatriots.gumroad.com, I think Curtis will put up a thing. We released a couple days ago a coin for Tina Peters. And she's iconic, and we're going to, when you have the kids and grandkids decades from now looking back trying to understand this moment, one of the most pivotal and important people in this whole era has been Tina Peters. You know, it was her information that came out of the computers there in Mesa County, where she was the county clerk, that was used as the comparative baseline analysis how the 2020 election was stolen. And when the people came over and wanted to defect and provide information here to American intelligence and investigative services concerning how they were stealing the elections, they used the Tina Peters materials when certain people very close to Trump, the biggest of the big names back in 2024 before the election, went and met with the sources where they were being safe housed in Europe. It was the Tina Peters material that was used to explain how the elections were being stolen. Her work and her personal sacrifice are unmatched within the Patriot community. She's the best, most amazing kind of American patriot because she doesn't have a uniform. She's not got a contingency, no special powers except a clear mind and a sense of right and justice. And she's a superhero that should be understood that way. And I pray will be around for many decades to come to tell her story. But in the meantime, we've made a coin with Tina on it so that down years from now, when people are looking at this, she will be within that series of them. And so I hope people will go enjoy it. Literally, prayer changes things. We do pray that God will intercede in this Tina situation with all the parties involved, President Trump, Governor Polis, everybody. But also beyond that, I would ask everyone here to the White House call line is open 10 to 3 Eastern daily, and they're volunteers that man that. So you want to be very courteous. What they do is they monitor people's comments and what's important to them. And months and months ago, when I asked for this twice, we trended over several days and weeks as the most important thing that people put at the top of the list at the White House call center. I think it's time to do that again. It's urgent. You know, you can set your alarm clock, call in, and get your comment posted so that when they look at the sheet, and they'll listen to some of the comments that people have. So you want to be very respectful. The president, personally listens to many. They pull them up and so he can hear them. Just hear what they said, how they said it, what their thoughts were. Get on that White House call center line and
yeah, we'll have the number up on the screen. Call center line, the hotline, we'll have it up on the screen. Juan, I think we all need to go to Gumroad, and that will be up the screen where you can get a Tina Peters coin. And also, Juan, this weekend, May 17th, is President Trump has basically called many people to the in Washington, D.C. They're going to be on the National Mall. I'll be flying out actually tomorrow. So I know many of you are going to be going. Be praying for us. I don't know. I know I was there January 6th. I know, of course, Juan, you were there. And there was, I think you said there was probably 2 million there, right?
That's
January
right.
6th?
Yeah. In the broader area, there was 2 million. The thing I would say about this May 17th is the start date. It's 49 days, including the 4th of July, from May 17th to the 4th of July. 7 times 7. Trump's number is 7. He tries that. He was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old on his first full day in office, January 21st. 2017. I think there's some divine, hand in some of that. The bad guys would like to own the numbers too and manipulate them. I don't run my life by the numbers, but I am aware of them. And certainly God runs things on the numbers also, because, we have a week, 7 days, seventh day we rest within the way that the Jubilee operates. You would plant your fields for 6 years. You take the 7th year off, give it a break, give yourself and your fields a break. Every week of years, which would be 49 years, after that full week of years, you get a second year off, and you don't plant anything, which means you have to do a lot of planting to have food like that, because you're not working the fields. And that's your Jubilee year. And that's when everything would be returned. You didn't really sell property in Israel. You leased it till the next Jubilee year. And then it was returned to the original family and heritage will belong to. And so everything would be returned, and everything was priced based on a Jubilee year of return. President Trump, in signaling this 49 days, is kind of shadow signaling that on July 5th, that's the 50th day, that's the beginning, after 5 50-year periods here in America, our 250th anniversary, that the beginning of our Jubilee year is July 5th. Everything gets returned. Ownership of the country. We restore our covenants and revisit who we are as a people. And by the way, one last thing I just want to say related to the 17th. It's very important people understand President Trump was extremely clear. He wants America, the people of America, that show up on May 17th. We're praying for the covenants pilgrims had between themselves and God in heaven, our Father in heaven. Those covenants were designed around we as a nation doing certain things and God protecting us and blessing us because we're about the work of our Father in heaven. Now, I want to contrast this. There has been a group within the White House that posted stuff on the White House website, and 17 protocols and proclamations and prayers and everything else to be done on this May 17th date and during the weeks following in this rededication of America. Those protocols, in my opinion, are completely out of place with what the president called for. They're completely at odds with what the president was looking to do. They're done by, people, Christians and all that, but they go back to the 1607 Roanoke landing and the people that landed there who dedicated their mission and their location to the crown, to the British crown and to the Commonwealth and to the promotion of that royal, estate here in the Americas. The Roanoke founding floundered or dispensed out. We commonly have always referred to the founding of the American Revolution and people to the Mayflower. And the Mayflower landed in Plymouth Rock. And from that seed, America built out and grew out. So using references to something in 1607 is completely out of step with what President Trump called for, what he asked for, prayer and rededication in the spirit of the Pilgrims' prayers. And by the way, the prayer that's out there supposedly from the Pilgrims, the original is lost. Another group has tried to reconstruct it and did a miserable job. So there is no actual document in existence today. It did exist at one time. It was destroyed sometime during the Civil War. That shows the original prayer that was prayed before the Pilgrims came ashore. So, with all that in mind, there is a fight going on in the religious community, in the faith community, to own the way that we understand this moment. This is about a pilgrim rededication of America, and President Trump was very clear, and a season of prayer between now and our 250th anniversary, our fifth Jubilee year here in America. By the way, 5 is the number of grace to God's people. It's the number of war and destruction to the occult. Both sides want to own that number. So we're in an important season, and we're also fighting for who owns the narrative moving forward of how we understand this time, this season. That's why I even put out the Tina Peters coin. When people look back later, what are the hinge messages that this period of time went around? And so those coins will be kept and passed to children and grandchildren. They'll want to understand it. That's why I did that. And this whole series that we've done,
Yes,
they'll survive till later time, unlike trinkets or whatever. They have real value, being silver, and they'll be held. So,
well, and also just to interject one, this being Mother's Day was just a few days ago, looking back at the Revolutionary War, that many women, there were certain spies that would actually put out their laundry to basically warn General Washington when certain, bad guys were in town. There was women that were hiding in the closets who would listen and overhear different important conversations from the other side and things like that. Women, we want to honor women in particular now, I think, in particular with Tina Peters. So if we could go and purchase the coins, if we can write to her, go to her website, maybe contribute. But also this coming Sunday, May 17th, 5 is grace, 17 means complete victory over the enemy. And then going 49 days to July 4th, the next day will be 7-5. So you flip it, 50 is Jubilee. So God has a book in the Bible named Numbers. So God is all about the numbers. Oftentimes he shows me things in numbers. Many, many times. I used to think people were crazy when they would say, I would see this number constantly, until God started doing it with me. Well, once again, Juan, thank you for coming on. Let's once again put up on the screen the flyer for the event in June over at the Ahern Hotel, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That's the 15th. Is that the 15th, 16th, and 17th, Juan?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And by the way, before we close, let me just say a quick prayer. Father God, with all the important things taking place across America and across the world that are on the plates of so many of our leadership, I pray that you would move to the front of the line in everyone's thoughts and positions of power and authority. Tina Peters' situation. We ask that you free her and do so quickly, and that we don't look at men as having her even in prison at this moment in time. It's by your hand, Father, according to your will. You govern in the affairs of men. Free Tina, bring her whole from prison, and let us enjoy her company again, free, individually and as a nation. And we pray for President Trump for great wisdom, for clarity of mind, for great counsel from his counselors concerning his next moves, both in Tina Peters' case precisely, as well as affairs across the world, from Venezuela and Iran into China, so that he will be able to do as he has said he wanted to do, be the peacemaker, the president who brings peace to the world where others could not. Bless him mightily in what he is doing. Give him favor, incline your ear to his requests when he prays to you for guidance and help. Do so on behalf of all of us, this people whom you've placed in this land, not just for our own benefit, but once having got control of our own country so we can go out and help other countries around the world, be our brother's brother, not our brother's keeper. We thank you for every mercy, every blessing. Thank you for a beautiful event with Mary and the people that showed up, that it would be life-changing for them, and it would be a spark of change and growth of your people in not just Las Vegas, but Nevada and into California and other areas nearby, that a season of justice would wash across America, and that your people would see your hand according to your will. We pray, Father, protect those doing your will across the country as they endeavor to change not just America, but the world for good. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you, Juan. And just closing out with my viewers, audience, remember, it's just about depending on what calendar you're looking at. There's a Hebrew calendar and then the solar calendar. The 22nd or the 24th, it's just 9 to 11 days away to Pentecost. And when suddenly the power of God, the upper room came, and the lives of those men, the disciples were basically turned upside down, going to the streets of Jerusalem, and they said, "These men are drunk with wine." And Peter stood up and said, "This is that which the prophet Joel talked about." And it literally, the city was turned overnight. So we have got to see a move of God in our country. And that's when we quit dividing, attacking each other. That's what the enemy's plan is, to divide the movement, the MAGA movement. You don't have to agree with everything that they're saying, but we have to stand in unity and community, linking arms, knowing that united we stand, divided we fall. So I'll be flying out tomorrow to Philadelphia and then going up to Washington, D.C. on Friday. I will be there doing many reports and doing lives right from the kind of man on the street stuff, and actually going to some events. Ashley won this Saturday. Peter Tickton is one of the speakers. I've been invited to that. So I'm looking forward. You guys get your tickets. There's not many left to the event over at the Ahern Hotel. And Juan, where can they get those tickets again? What's the website they can get the tickets at? Well, we'll have it up on the screen.
It's the Fraud Fighters. Fraud Fighters Summit.
Fraudfighterssummit.com.
Yep.
Okay, we'll have it up on the screen or the link below. Well, listen, Juan, thank you. I know you're going into an important meeting. You guys, let's continue to pray for Juan and Jen and for the whole team, for President Trump, the military. I do believe we're going to start to see some things happen very quickly, but we need to continue to pray. That's what Jesus told the disciples. Wait until you're endued with power. There was only a fourth of them that stayed and waited. There was a lot more, 4 times as many people, but they couldn't wait it out. They got tired and they left. So we can't grow weary in due season. The Lord said, we will reap if we don't faint or quit. So we're too legit to quit. Yep. And you go to my website, marycrowley.com. I'm going to be doing more events. You'll see that all on my website. You can also watch replays of the Open the Heavens on my Rumble and new YouTube channel that I just put up again after being taken down 7 times. So anyway, God bless you all. Thanks for watching. And thanks, Juan, for coming on.
All right.
God bless.
All right. Night, folks.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. President Trump in China, or is it really President Trump, or one of his doubles? I think maybe a double, but who knows? All right, so let's look at some of the videos. I think that we're gonna see a lot out of this one. It's going to be one of those things that we're going to look back on probably and say that trip was made this, and this happen. So it's interesting that we're right on the verge of kicking off again the Iranian war, and President Trump is visiting China. China. I wonder if when he showed up, he said, China. Marco Rubio also went with him, and Marco Rubio is under sanctions from the Chinese government because he talked about how they use slave labor, and communism is not good. And so they didn't like that. And so they put sanctions on him, but they changed his name in the itinerary, and that allowed him to come. So many things can happen just with a little sleight of hand, right? So very, very interesting. We have new Fed chief Warsh. I think he's probably going to drop the interest rates, right? And, that's going to make the market take off even more because they love that crack money. And so once they get crack money, it's really going to take off. It's already hitting all-time highs. The S&P, NASDAQ, the Dow is a little bit of a laggard, but everything's popping. Remember 2 weeks ago, I had Dr. Kirk Elliott. Captain Kirk came on, and we both said, you better get on the silver now because it's about ready to take off again. And sure enough, silver has taken off again, and silver is going to reach all-time high very soon, and it will be stupendous for all of us that have been acquiring silver over the last several years. And that's, you're going to be able to do amazing things with that silver. I think it will be 250. I predicted all the numbers for a long time because I've been watching it. And when you watch something, you kind of get the frequency of it. So I get the frequency of silver, and silver, hit I said the first month of January, the new year, probably hit around 120. It hit 122, pulled back, which silver does. That's the way silver works. And a lot of people are like, well, pull back because of war. Well, it pulled back before the war. And so it just does that. It pulls back. A lot of people said, well, that's the all-time high. And no. We're far, far from the all-time high. We will see $1,000 or more in silver before this bull market in silver, which is usually a 10-year market. Can you hold it for that long? My daughter is getting into silver. So it's a good investment if you're a long-term holder. So I've been a long-term hodler. If you're like crypto person, hodler. Right? So I've been hodling silver for 4 years now, almost five years. So just stacking it. And now it's pretty impressive. So imagine if you will, that you have 1,000 ounces of silver and it goes to $1,000. That's $1 million, right? So would you be willing to wait into 2030-ish, 2032? Probably is when I see probably it will really rock, 1,000. In the meantime, it's going to like pop 250-ish, I think on the next run. Probably a little bit of a pullback, but it's going to catch people off guard because they'll be like, oh, it's going to pull back. I'm going to sell, and I'm going to reap the profits, and I'm going to wait for it to like go way down like it did. And then I'm going to jump on it. I don't think it's going to do that this next time. So, and I don't know why. Circumstances will be what circumstances are. And then probably 500 by the end of the year. And I'm not the only one that says that. A lot of people have been saying that. And eventually, I think probably the end of the year is where you might want to take, a percentage profit once it hits around 500 or so. And who knows, maybe it won't. So, I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude who's been, doing silver since I was, 12-year-old boy. And so I've seen ups and downs of silver, and I've done really well, right? So I hope that you guys are doing really well with your silver. It's a very, very exciting time. We will continue, I believe, to see the stock market go up, and then it's going to go down, right? Way down. And housing, is going to go way down. In some places more than others, of course. But the stock market, and not all stocks will go down 80%, but the stock market overall 80% from its high. I've been predicting that for years. So, it's kind of like letting everybody get more silver. Right? So that's the way I see it. So if you're benefiting from stock market moving upwards, and you haven't, dollar cost averaged into silver yet, or you're still waiting, you think you're going to be able to time the market, most 99.9% of people never are timing the market correctly, right? Occasionally you get lucky, and then you think you're good, and then you think, okay, I can time it, and that doesn't work out. Percentage wise, have some silver at this point in your portfolio, hopefully at least 25%. I would recommend on this next surge to start to cascade it into 50%. Because if you look at, the gains in silver, it's been outpacing all the markets massively, guys. It's been doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and it's about to do that some more again. And so the stock market's not going to double, quadruple, right? And 10x. So we're looking at silver more than 10xing from here long-term out, right? So stock market is going to go way down, way down. And of course, some stocks will get slaughtered and they will disappear. So if you're in some stocks, you're going to get seriously slaughtered. At this point, that's ideal. Should have been adding to it over this pullback. Came back to 60, so half, got a 50% pullback, and we're going to go from that. We're going to like double, triple, very, very quickly. And that's when it happens, then everybody's going to jump in. Dr. Kirk Elliott and I are like, we jump up and down, buy it at the low point. That's the way this works. You buy low, you sell high. But a lot of people buy high and end up losing when they sell low. All right. Don't do that. Right. You should hold your silver. And if something comes up, like the last massive silver and gold run, that's when things came up for me. All right. That being the deep state and the CIA that was like, okay, we can't control them, so let's destroy them. Right. So that happened to me, and that wasn't fun. So I guess they didn't know that I've been stacking silver and gold, so it helped me survive what should have been a complete destruction. Right. So I've heard from people that said, I had to sell some, but it really made a difference for me, and that's great. I hope that most of you can hold it and determine when you want to pull your profit or some of your profits. Ideally, like I said, 25% of your profits, and pay off everything, pay off your cars, pay off your house, everything. So, and then and maybe buy a new house too, so in cash. But you're not going to do that if you're like panicking with all the other crazy people and listening to the crowd, because the crowd is going to pull you in the wrong direction. So hopefully I've steered you guys in the right direction. I'm in and out of stuff, so I know it's kind of hard to follow some of the stuff that I do. I do really well, but I can't tell you. I don't have a service where, and you're paying me for it, that I tell you, okay, I'm pulling profits on this right now, right? So it has to be all up to you. So easily you can just invest in silver and hold it, and you can hold it long term. Like I said, dollar cost average in, which means basically you're adding to it every month, $100 or whatever you can afford. More is better. So if you're a millionaire or you're a billionaire or trillionaire, I'm going to get $1 billion more silver this month. I'm like, wow, I wish I could do that. Because if you had bought it on this downtrend, you're going to make many billions more, right? Now, if you're a millionaire, you're going to make many millions more. If you're a thousandaire, you're going to make many thousands more. So whatever you're at, hopefully you're able to, add to your silver portfolio. And Dr. Kirk Elliott and I will probably have another session on Friday, like we normally do. I believe it's at 2:00 when we normally get together. 12, I think it's 12 and 12 o'clock. So it used to be a different time frame when I was on the East Coast. And so now I have to adjust. So I think it's 12 o'clock. So we used to get together at 3:00 when I was in Florida. And so it's 12 o'clock. So 12 o'clock Pacific time, Eastern time, 3:00 still, right? So that's one of the things that's very valuable by being very, very calm in a chaotic situation. And chaos, that's when your opportunities exist, right? So we're moving into very chaotic time, probably over the next 6 to 9 months. I did a show with Nino. We're pretty much in the same ballpark thinking as far as that's concerned. We'll see what Juan says. Juan, hopefully we'll have him on tomorrow. We're trying to coordinate. He's a moving guy. He's like President Trump. He moves a lot. So, and of course, Juan he's got the ear of the president. So they communicate. Then don't tell him I said that. He said it before, so I should say it. But I'm a top secret and above guy, and so some of the stuff Juan talks about is like, that was way above top secret. How do you know that? That's crazy. So it's a very interesting time. Like I said, chaos is coming, right? Chaos is on the horizon. Many of you will fare well. If you've been watching, you know how to act. You know how to like stay calm, cool, collected, and think through difficult situations and stay in the love vibration, right? Because in the love vibration, basically, you're activating your God connection. So your God connection is basically your intuition and things that are going to get you through different problem areas, right? And now we're kind of moving into probably another situation like that. And it'll behoove you to stay calm and stay healthy. I've promoted a lot of different products over the years. There's Root Wellness, that one of the first ones I have Sasha Stone, and I talked to him, and I was at a what was that? That was it. That was at an event in the West Coast, and I want to say her name. Her name is Sue. She's a fashion. She made dresses for Chinese woman. Very, very amazing woman. Sue, I think I can't remember his last name. But anyway, I met her, and I was invited to her party. It was a New Year's Eve party. I spoke at it. And there was it was so funny because there were like all these Hollywood types and movie directors and all that stuff. And they got with me later, and they're like, they're all around me. They're like, we want you to teach us how to shoot. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, we're not going to put up with this bullshit here much longer. And I was like, okay, just stay cool. Everything's going to be fine. And and they're like, can you get Scott McKay to come too? And I was like, yeah, we might work something out. But it was funny. So lots of Sue Wong. Yeah. Thank you, Stacy. Sue Wong, Tara. Yeah. Sue Wong. Look her up. She's like amazing woman. She left with her, I think her mother or I think her grandmother from China. They're eating rats to stay alive. And they came to America, and she became extremely famous, designing gowns and so forth for the top Hollywood elite and so forth. Did really well for herself and is very successful. So anyway, Root Wellness, I started promoting that early on, and then I got into LifeWave. I still use Root Wellness. almost everything in root wellness. They're all the stuff is good. And I know a lot of you guys still do too as well. Could be a good time to get back on root wellness if you're off root wellness. All right. And LifeWave. So LifeWave is probably one of the best things that I've seen. If I could say choose one, it would be LifeWave. And the water machine that's just come out, it's probably going to make a huge difference in our health and wellness going forward. So we'll see, how far they get with this next round, because we're a lot more savvy. We're a lot more informed. They haven't shut us down yet, so we can still keep each other, move in the right direction. But this seems like they pulled back a little bit. This is normal in these psychological operations. I know because I've been part of them in the CIA and watched them. So they come in, they dump information, get everybody excited, and then they pull back, and then everybody's wondering, and there's like wondering, and they want it, and then there's another dump that's even more extreme, right? And then things get a little crazy, right? So we could be seeing that, going forward. So just like I said, maintain your cool. We'll get through this just like we did the last one. If it even happens, who knows? Maybe it gets stopped out. Maybe the White Hats have more control than I believe, and I don't think so, because if they really had a lot of control, then we would see a lot of arrest. Because a lot of those people that did, they should have been arrested, tried, and they should be gone. A lot of them. Now the numbers are so fantastic. Maybe I don't know. I'm a guy that basically likes to set up ambushes. Right? This is a special forces guy. I like to set up ambush. That's what we did. We would set up ambush, hit the enemy from behind the lines, and all kind of crazy stuff. I think we're kind of seeing some of that right now. We could have destroyed Iran in a week or two, but we didn't. And there's some kind of strategy that's going on there. So just think bigger picture. Everything that's happening in the Trump administration right now is to destroy the deep state, right? So when you see something happening and it doesn't quite make sense, or you think this should have happened and I think that should have happened, and neither one of us gets satisfied, we get all grumbly, and then something happens that makes sense. It's like, I see why they didn't do that then, So I don't know. We're going to see probably a lot of this stuff, going forward. People getting taken down. That is absolutely going to happen, right? I think a lot of these people have already met their maker, and or in some kind of facility where they're going to be there for a long time, if not for the rest of their lives. So we will see that get revealed at some point, but at this point, that is not the case. So why is President Trump in China? What's going on there? So again, thinking deep state, he would go there to basically try and set some stuff up that basically bypasses the deep state. Because like Juan has said, China is basically a puppet of the British Empire, right? The city of London. And I think that if we're going to take them down, we have to take away the money. So that could be what Trump is doing. So let's kind of look at what's going on with that. And I think we're going to get a bigger picture. Why did President Trump go there right now when we're almost ready to kick the Iran war off again? So here he is, coming off Air Force One, and he's got quite the entourage. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But here he comes down the ramp, and they're going to come forward. So that was fun, right? So we had had all the Chinese there, and they're celebrating him coming in. And so what's he doing there? He's got, like I said, he's got quite the entourage. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, right? And we're about to go to war with Iran, and we don't want to go to war with China. No, we don't want to go to war with China because China's got nukes. We got nukes. That's not going to be good if we do that. So they're trying to, say, hey, we're going to do trade with you, and there's no reason to go to war. If you're making a lot of money, you guys are going to be rich, and you don't have to come and, blow people up and get their stuff. So that's the way it's been done here with the deep state for a long time. We're trying to turn all that around. So I think that's some of the stuff that's going on there. He's tried to do that with Iran. Of course, they're completely corrupt, so it's not going to happen. All right, so who's joining him in Beijing? First Lady is not there. Elon Musk. So why would Elon Musk come along? I wonder if what does he call his little boy X? His boy X. I wonder if he showed up. Probably not, because he'd be running around doing crazy stuff. But that was fun watching X run around, or whatever his name is, whatever they call him. Maybe they just call him X in front of everybody, and they have another nice name for him in the background. Who knows? But you're seeing Jensen Huang, who is that is huge. That's what's that one? Should say it in here. I can't remember the name of it, but it's one of those big tech companies that is doing the AI stuff. So evidently they're coming in and try and work some AI stuff, and I think that's going to be very interesting. Rubio is there, like I said. Even after China changes, this is how they got him in there. After China changed his name's transliteration, so he's under sanctions from China, but they changed his name a little bit, so it's okay. Right. So Rubio, a Cuban American who vociferously opposes communism, was the key, and of course in Cuba as well. So I guess the Cubans want him to be their next president. So they did a vote, and they're like, okay, you can be our next president. And he's like, no, I got a lot of stuff going on. And he does. He's got I think he's got 3 or 4 different hats on right now. And somebody goes out of office, and Trump is like, okay, you take their position too, right? Along with all the other ones. He's being groomed. I think, for being the next president. And I hope at this point, I hope he makes it. He's doing a really good job. I always kind of thought he was a good guy. When he was running for office against President Trump, of course, President Trump trashes everybody, but obviously they get along good now. All right. So he's also been outspoken against Beijing's clampdown on the Muslim Uyghurs and the forced labor. And of course, they're doing organ harvesting from them as well. So not good. And I had somebody on my show many, many years ago that talked about that. And I don't know what happened to him. He kind of disappeared. Right. So he was in, where was he? I think he was he in Thailand? No, he's in Vietnam, of all places. So he's in Vietnam, and he was working with the UN to promo, trying to stop the Chinese from, enslaving the Uyghurs and organ harvesting them. And so he came on my show. He was talking about it. He was big time, but he completely disappeared. Haven't heard from him or seen anything about him for several years now. So maybe they took him out. I don't know. I have to do a little research and see if he's still out there somewhere. If he is, I'll bring him back, and we'll see what he's up to these days. China had already appeared to find a diplomatic workaround after Trump named Rubio his Secretary of State. So now there's talk of making Venezuela the 51st state. So what is going to be, Alberta or Venezuela? Who's going to get it first? Right? So I think that we'll see all the Americas working together as one. That would be Canada as well. We'll see probably Greenland as part of our sphere of influence. And that's so Russia and China can't play games, all right? So we'll have the the bead on them. We got everything. We surround you. You thought you were gonna shoot some missiles over Greenland at us, and now we're gonna be in Greenland. So the military, if you ask the Greenlanders, a lot of Greenlanders want to become part of the United States. They want to become the 51st state. So it's like it's a run. It's a some kind of Olympic event, and who's going to win? It's going to be Greenland. It's going to be Alberta. It's going to be Venezuela. It's going to be Cuba. All right. So it's on. It's very exciting. I think all of them at some point will be part of the United States. And that doesn't mean they're, necessarily a state, but we'll have some kind of, not necessarily jurisdiction, but trade agreements, kind of like what they're probably trying to do with China right now, and just make everything look, we can just trade. You can be rich. We can be rich. Our people can be happy, and we don't have to blow each other up. And we can do away with all these nuclear missiles. How about that? And so that's kind of probably the way they're trying to work it. And yeah, we took out your little Muppet in Iran, so you don't have that anymore. And you're not going to trade, and you're not going to control the the oil moving through one of the most strategic areas of the world. It's not going to happen. So let's just do trade. How about it? Now, I went to Hong Kong long ago as a Navy SEAL, and it was fantastic. Wow, what a shopping! It's if you like to shop, and I'm not much on shopping, but I really like shopping in Hong Kong. You can buy everything. It was amazing and for cheap. I got so much stuff in Hong Kong. So, of course, the Brits gave it back, or did they? And the Brits, of course, still control China, but I don't think for long. If we do get some kind of trade agreement, here it is, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA. So that's what I was thinking of. So NVIDIA, super tech company, AI, booming right now. Why would they take that guy to China? So they're trying to work some deals. Of course, Trump, art of the deal, or whoever that is that's posing as Trump. If I was Trump, I wouldn't go there. That might double go there. Might seize me, or who knows what could happen. So lots of his jets have had issues, and they've had to turn around and land real quick. He's had all these people trying to assassinate him. I'm pretty sure they got stopped out before they get close to doing that, but it's still out there. So is he really jumping on a plane and going to China? I don't know. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. So they also have Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon, U.S. multinational investment company BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. Wow. Cisco Systems CEO Chuck Robbins. Meta is like a super company now. I think their stock is worth $10 billion a share. It's some close to that, but no, it's not quite that much. But it is I remember seeing it when it was a couple hundred, 150, whatever it was. I think I saw it today. It was $7.99 or something crazy. I could be mistaken. It could be another one I was looking at, but it's definitely a lot higher than it was. And so anyway, Vice Chairman Dina Powell McCormick, who is also Trump's former Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy. Wow. So, this entanglement of super high tech, big tech, and the Trump administration is big, right? And I think that, that's going to get worked, and it's for all of our benefit. Ortberg of Boeing, writing on his True Social account ahead of the trip, Trump said he would urge Xi to open up the Chinese market so that these brilliant people can work their magic, right? And of course, the Chinese like magic, right? They got dragons and all kind of stuff. So, I think it's a good move. And like I said, I think we'll look back on this and say that this was a monumental thing that he did, that President Trump and team did. Says, I will make that my very first request, he wrote, after saying China. China. And of course, that might not endear him to them, but who knows? Maybe they'll get the joke. And if not, then, well, go back to the way things were, which I don't think is going to happen. Magic is pharmakia, or is it pharmakia's magic? They're both, right? And one of the other. So we'll see, the way things work going forward. China, speaking of pharmakia, China has a lot of the pharmakia because they shipped everything there. China makes it all. And they shipped a lot of the companies to China. So a lot of those companies are coming back to America. They have to, because America will collapse without a good, solid industrial base. And of course, high tech, we're rocking the high tech. And of course, China's rocking the high tech too. So it have to be China's in Ukraine, Robert. So what would surprise me, Disney's in China, aren't they? So they should have had somebody from Disney there, because I've heard from backstory that Disney's laying off a lot of people. All right. So we just had 2, I guess, quarters or months or whatever of probably months of very high job performance. So like the job numbers are up for this last month, and the month for that they revised them up. So people are finding the work, and it's all United States people. It's not illegal immigrants, because when Biden was in office, it was mostly illegal immigrants, and hardly anybody in the United States got jobs. Now that's flip-flopped, and that's making a big impact. It will be very, very important going forward. China is a small town in Ukraine where the lab is. Where the lab or the labs. They had a lot of bio labs in Ukraine. Disney. It's pretty funny. I was watching Nino show a little bit this morning before I headed out to the gym, and somebody said something quite rude to him, like he was like Trump was giving him a lot of his manhood. So, and Nino laughed at. I was like, I'd have deleted that shit right away, but Nino just laughed. I'll just leave it there. It helps the algorithm. I'm like, well, the algorithm's already hooked up because he made the comment, so get rid of him. But he's a funny guy. So Netanyahu had a secret UAE visit during the Iran war confirmed. So covert wartime meeting. Netanyahu met UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed in March during the Iran war, and talks described as a historic breakthrough. Now, the UAE is, when you look at the Abrahamic Accord, where there's going to be traffic and so forth, these new trade routes, they're supposed to go through UAE. They come across and go right up through UAE, because that's very smart. And I've been to UAE. It's a very, very cool country. And I didn't have any problems there. Yeah, some people don't like Bibi, but I think he's being used. And he's performing really well for the United States. He's destroying Hamas, which was Iran backed. And soon we're probably going to see an intensified destruction of Hezbollah in Beirut. Yes, I've been in Beirut too. And Beirut was absolutely, when I visited there 10 years ago, absolutely beautiful city. And the Hezbollah Muslims were destroying that entire country, right? So, and that's what they do. They come in and just destroy everything. And they'll do, and if they get their way, they'll do the same thing in America. And they've already started in a lot of cities in America. And I think that because they have really started to expand massively in the great Republic of Texas, which is maybe not going to be a republic anymore. It's going to be a Muslim country. Texans. Now Texans are trying to gather and push back on that. And I've had people on my show that have talked about that, saying if they become governor, the first thing they're going to do is arrest the current governor. Right? So we'll just leave names out right now, so I don't want to get in trouble. So it's kind of like one of those things where you know that there's people that are, saying that they're good, and they're not. You find out later they're not. That's needs to be remedied. Right? That needs to be fixed. And once those things start getting fixed, those people like Tucker Carlson and all those people that we thought were good people, and now we're finding out they're, like I've said, and I don't like to say it too much because people get all butthurt about it and blame it on me, but we're finding out that these people are baddies. They were put in those positions. We accepted them. We rewarded them for being there, and now they're proving to be quite bad. All right, they got their marching orders. You'll infiltrate, and then when we tell you, you're going to try and destroy President Trump and MAGA. Right? So it doesn't work out so well because we're so well informed, and we work so well together now. Before we didn't have that, but now we do. So it's working out quite well. So Tucker is probably going to go into, I don't know, no one's going to watch him anymore. Right? So and some of these other influencers out there that are like really, saying bad things. If you look at some of the things that Tucker's been saying, he'll say something and then he'll go on somebody else's show and they'll ask him about it. He's like, I never said that. And then you see where after he says that, they'll pull it up and it's like, he's actually totally said that. And so we have Tucker on a lot of that stuff. So Tucker is a bad boy and he's going to go bye-bye. Right. And how does he go bye-bye? We don't support him anymore. We don't listen to him or watch him or, talk about him other than to say that we're not going to talk about him anymore. So he just disappears. And that's the way a lot of those influencers are going away now. Alex Jones and, so many others. I think that not so many, but a few others that have been talking smack, and they're going to go away. Now, I think a lot of people still believe that, Israel is like yanking our chain. That is not happening. It's not happening. But, some people have jumped into the belief of that. So, yeah, Derek Johnson said the same thing. Yeah, he's a bad boy. He goes bye-bye. Absolutely. And that can't happen soon enough now. And the longer Candace Owens also wants the money. Yes, you're right. So all these people basically they're in it for the money, and that's pretty much what we're finding out. They came in, they got their chains yanked, and Megyn Kelly is another one. Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly was on Fox, and remember when they did the debate, and Megyn Kelly just really came after Trump. Trump came after her after that, right? So she was, I guess, asked to leave Fox. So I don't know if the events with Trump, may had anything to do there because he became president, and maybe Fox was like, yeah, we better send her on her way, and so she went over to CNN. And then CNN, used her as long as they could. And Megyn left CNN. And now she's flipped. So I think once she's basically, ostracized by us and no one watches her anymore and her show goes bye-bye, just like she's been doing for all these other companies, she's probably going to be walking the streets of LA. So that's pretty much what she does, right? Prostitutes herself, it seems to me. So why not, take it to that level and start walking the streets of LA? So I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe somebody else will give her a shot. I don't know. Who else is out there that would give her a shot now, right? Who would listen to her now? All the deep state people. It's they're like, yay, Megan. No, we put you in power. We told you to talk bullshit, and so we don't need to listen to your bullshit. So we're not gonna pay you anymore. We got you to where you were, and then we told you what to say, and it didn't work out. So it's your fault. So we're gonna pull the plug on you, and you're gonna go bye-bye. Right? So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they stay around. They continue their bullshit, but I don't think so. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff is getting, and I think it's a better way to do it. Instead of having somebody go to prison for the rest of their lives, we just ostracize them. They don't make any more money. They start walking the streets, making their money that way. It just seems a better way. Tucker defends the planes and the 9/11 disaster, defends them, supports them. So people don't believe the planes hit the planes hit the. There were no planes that hit the towers, and of course, Building 7, and just some of the stuff from the other two towers fell on Building 7 and just fell into its footprint. So no planes at Building 7, but it fell into its footprint. It's 444 where I'm at. So thank you, angels. So I don't think that a lot of people still understand that. Because I've seen polls where they talk about that, and there's people that don't even know anything about Building 7. Like 50% of people like Building 7. What's that? It's like, wow. But that's kind of the way it is. Most people just aren't informed. Like the people that are watching this right now, it's a small number, and probably a lot of you are like, well, everybody watches news, don't they? No, it's like the people that watch news is like 1% of the population. It's like really, really, really low, right? So can we make a difference because we're awake? So we're like 1% of the 1%? No, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but people are going to have to wake up on their own in their own way. And I think a lot of people have to a great extent. So the NPCs and all that kind of stuff, they go bye-bye, and holograms out there, they just are going to start to flicker out because the vibrational frequency that we're moving into just doesn't support that anymore. So that's one of the things that I'm starting to see. I just don't see as many people. How about you guys? Put in the chat. It seems like there's a lot less people around than it used to be. People still aren't aware of that as being a problem, but I follow a lot of that like crazy. It's not put out there, but some people follow that and put that out. So we saw on a massive scale the football fields, sports fields. Is that still happening? From what I'm seeing, and I follow this stuff, it's still happening. They just aren't making it public anymore. So it is what it is. All right. So, man, there's a lot of chat in here. Texas has made some progress. Okay, good. And we just lost 3 people in 5 months from the poison shot. Oh, wow, Georgia girl. Sorry. You guys in New York really got hammered. Some got 4 vaxes. That's right. We'll probably get the next one. Right. The next one I think is going to be even more loaded, probably than the Cove shotty. And so I just had a friend that has died, and a lot of people don't do what we do in this group, like the Root Wellness or the Life Wave, or there's lots of different things out there you can do. So a lot of people did ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and I can't tell you how many people contacted me over the years and said, because you shared that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, how to make your own hydroxychloroquine, that saved me and my wife's life and my children. I was like, wow. So many people have said that, but remember how they just shut that down. It's like, oh, that's bullshit. Ivermectin, yeah, it won an award. No, you're not going to use that. And in fact, we're taking that off the market. If you can get some, you're lucky, but we're done. All right. So crazy time, right? What is this next one going to be like? I don't know. Texas has made some progress, but the Islamists cannot survive in our state without Sharia law is just a low blow. So yeah, and I guess Sharia law in Texas is like a no-go. Should be a no-go around the country. But the Democrats don't care. They'll do whatever they do whatever they want anyway, and if they can get away with it. So like Virginia tried to gerrymander the heck out of their state. And their own Supreme Court said, no, that's not going to work. So they want to do away the Supreme Court. They're they just want to do away with the Virginia state now. It's sounds like Civil War times. Yeah. So they're, the Democrats COVID and push that. And all the people that died from that, they still haven't been held accountable. So Democrats still haven't been held accountable for the last Civil War. So yeah, of course they're going to try and push another one. Anyway, I do see a lot of people working, quickening the population. NPCs, I think, are disappearing. Yeah. Bye-bye to the fucktards. Okay. Fairy minks. That's good. Fairy minks. You're a crack up. All right. So all brain dead. Yeah. Clones. Too many clones. You can start. You guys are starting to see them now. We've been talking about this for years. And a lot of people and still a lot of people are like, that doesn't exist. Right. Yeah. Okay. But, I think a lot of us are starting to see it. I've seen it more and more. I really think there's a lot of people that have they're gone. And I think that's, oh, that's interesting. Sevquentine. Right. Have you ever looked into the Megyn Kelly is Nicole Brown Simpson theory? It's a far stretch, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. I haven't heard that, but yeah, I'll look into that. So yeah, why not? Kind of similarities there. I don't know. Megan's not as shapely as Nicole Brown was, so I don't know. Unless they downsized her, so maybe it's possible. All right, so there's lots of stuff about Kevin Warsh. Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Warsh, I think, is going to be part of annihilating the Federal Reserve, and IRS goes along with it because it's basically just a mafia collection team, right? So, and of course, the Federal Reserve is same thing as the London, right? The City of London group. And so once that's once we start to take down the money trail that leads back to the City of London, then they fold, and it's like wars are over. Like they're over. It's so crazy that we just don't just go in and just take out the City of London. But of course, those people are all over the world. So yeah, you could take out that 1 square mile, whatever, however big it is, and that doesn't mean that's all done. They're infiltrated everywhere. So, and that's by design, I believe. IRS's history, yep, Art on the Lake, absolutely. Laurel Canyon is corrupted. Yeah, CIA, Laurel Canyon. I did a special one time on Laurel Canyon and exposed all the people, all the rock stars and musicians and over all the people that were involved in Laurel Canyon. They took it down. They deleted it really quick. 6G is here. So 6G is here. It's probably one of those things is going to activate the next round because that's the way they usually work it. Could we stop it out? Our 1% talking about it? I don't know. Our 1% of 1%. It's possible. Anything's possible, because I've been in the SEAL teams. I've been in the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. So I was a SEAL at SEAL Team 6, which is like, just 1% go there of the 1% of the Special Forces guys in the Navy. And then while I was there, I started becoming a remote viewer and all that kind of great stuff. So it's possible. It's possible that, our 1% could make an impact, because we absolutely made an incredible impact. And I made an incredible impact. If you listen to my story, read my book, The Intuitive Warrior, that I was making incredible impact through consciousness. So consciousness can have a massive impact. Now, consciousness, as it runs around in your brain, and you're creating a vibratory field with your consciousness, your thoughts, and you can actually create, like I've shown in many different events that I've been to. Just your thoughts can affect your environment, can affect other people. And I've talked about that in my book, and I've talked about it on these shows, and I've shown people physically how I can, have an effect on your physicality through my consciousness, right? On yours, not necessarily your consciousness, but your body, right? Your energy fields. So I create an energy field with my thought, and I send it to you, and you're affected. But you can block it. I teach you how to block it, and you can block it. And then I know how you're blocking it, and then I go around that block, and I do it anyway. So it's like back and forth. And then I teach you how to block the block. And it's just you start to get aware of an energy encroachment, and you block it. So it's just something, or stop wars, like I talk about, and or affect somebody's consciousness that's very evil, and then they go away. So all these things are possible. So yeah, we could stop this thing, but there's a lot of things that are coming at us, and I think it's going to get a little bit of traction coming in, and somehow, some way, as I'm looking at it, it's going to get stopped out, but not before some people that are looking for a way out of this field of energy, right? NPCs and all kind of crazy people that just are tired of fighting. There's a lot of people out there that are tired of fighting, and I saw that when I was in combat too. Some people get tired of fighting, they start getting negative thoughts, and then they're gone, blown up, shot, whatever, gone, right? So some people are like that. Some people will just get tired, they get some negative thoughts, they get some negative talk, and then they're gone, right? Something will take them out. So that one thing could be this next pandemic, right? So we may see a lot of people go bye-bye. Hopefully not, but like many in the chat have been saying, yeah, never quit. That's right. But I don't want the bad influencers, right? And those others to never quit. I want them to like either stop and join us or go bye-bye, right? And however that happens. So we create a vibratory field where they can no longer exist in it, guys. And that's just the way it is. And that's where we're moving. And that's the golden age. So all of the people that, are problem people, can't exist in that type of vibration. And then there's a lot of the negative people that are trying to stop us from going there, because they use us. They've been using us. They've been looping us into, lifetime after lifetime of being stuck in, their control system. So they're about to lose that. They've already lost it in my mind. Don't go away, Matt. Just go away. That's right, Tara Jones. So, we're moving into that consciousness field where, they don't give a F, and we need to get to that point too. It's like, you don't give an F? Okay. So we don't give an F either. And then they just they disappear. It won't be that simple, but it will be close. Right? So I see people in the chat, and there's probably some people that have, left angrily because they're saying, because you're speaking this, you're creating this. It's like, no, it's like when I was a leader in the SEAL teams. I told people, my compadres or in the CIA, whatever, I briefed them on potential problems. And for most of us, we would say, that's not going to be a problem. And it never was. But because we briefed it as a potential, like I've said many times, I've never, ever in my whole career been in a brief that went exactly as it was briefed. As far as like a mission planning brief, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. Never happens. All right. But we briefed everything to the point where it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go exactly that way because we're so flexible and we're so well trained. So hopefully many of you are like that now. You've had a lot of training over the last 5 years, and you've learned how to focus your consciousness. Otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? If you haven't learned how to focus your consciousness on the positive, you'd have been gone long ago, right? And we've seen a lot of those people, unfortunately, that have gone. And I, in my family, I've had, people that have gone. It's sad, but it is, our right to come in and do certain things that we plan to do, and once they've been accomplished, to leave. Right? We have free will that way, and you can choose when and where you go bye-bye. All right. So now some people don't get that choice because they're so bad. We have to help them go bye-bye. Right? So because they'll continue to make some of us that are really good people go bye-bye, and that's not fair. So eventually we get to the point where that doesn't happen anymore. But some people believe that if someone is speaking, like I'm basically briefing you on, do you know that Madonna went, you can look this up. Maybe I'll look it up here a minute and put it up here. Madonna went to the Met Gala, and she wore all black, and she had a ship, like a sailing ship, on her head. And then she had 6 women that had like these lines that were going to her all around her, like the, 6-pointed star is good, depending on which direction the top star is pointing. If it's pointing down, that's baddie. That's the baddies. But if it's up, that's good. That's good people. But she wore that. So they're telegraphing. So what they're trying to do is with a negative, create a negative and sacrificial type, environment where to their God, because Madonna is absolutely a witch for the dark side. So, and she's wearing all dark. She's all black. She's all in black. Let me see if I can pull it up while I'm talking. All right, so I'll type it in. So if I pause a little bit, sometimes I can do multiple things at once, but not always. Right? Sometimes I have to focus on things. So black dress, Madonna. Wore at Met Gala. Oh yeah, there it is. So it says Madonna uses 7 blindfolded helpers. It's not showing her headpiece though. Let me go back to images. I should be able to find it. So there's another one where she was wearing a crown. So I'm going to have to put it in there. So and another one, she was wearing a crown, right? So I haven't looked into that, is what that was all about. But this one, it's very obvious because there was a ship that had the hantavirus on it. Shiphead. She was a shiphead. Shiphead on. All right. So, all right. I think I got it now. damn it. It's not really showing it, but it's close enough. So you'll be able to see it. So let me share the screen. You can go look and get more detail if you want, but here it is. Here's the Black Witch herself in her black dress. All right. So there's the ship, sailing ship on her head. And I guess she had like 6, and they're all blindfolded. So she's the pointy end of the star, which is there's no star there, all right, or no point there. So that's the dark side. All right, so they're, ritual loving witches. Yeah, so this is a ritual that they're doing in front of us with this ship and the hantavirus, right? So this is part of what they do. So they're trying to, like I was telling you guys that I do and you do, because you're all positive people, you project very good things into the environment, and then they create fear. And if they have you that are normally very positive, very loving, very giving, they get fear in you, and then they control you with that fear, and then you're not useful to the good side anymore. You're useful to the dark side. Now, some people think that if I speak something, I create it. No. All right, that can happen. I'm not the God level yet, where and God said, "Let there be water," and there was water. So, not quite there yet. But some people believe that me briefing you on these events and what I see coming, I'm bringing into existence. That's ridiculous. Let's say I'm with that person and we're driving in a car and I have my seatbelt on and they have their seatbelt on. It doesn't matter whether they do or not, but we're driving down the road and I see out the corner of my eye, because I'm wide angle vision guy always, I see out the corner of my eye a car coming at high speed that's going to impact her and probably kill her. And so I'm not going to say anything, because she believes that if I say something, if I bring it to her awareness, this car is about to hit her, and maybe she could stop, and she gets hit, it's my fault because I spoke it into existence. See how stupid that is? But that's pretty much the way some of these people think. It's part of the deep state, it's part of the dark witches and so forth that have gone into a lot of these new age cults and groups and have implemented that wrong think, right? So, and I don't knock that, because I used to be in a lot of that new age stuff, but I eventually was able to see through it. So I try and help people, get to the point where they can create on a very positive level, right? So there's no witchcraft involved, and I'm not a warlock, but I can make things happen, and I have made things happen, but I'm a good guy making things happen, and they're bad people making things happen. So if we understand their technique and how this works, then we can stop it out. That's why I'm talking about it, right? And how that was a psyop, manipulation, and whatever you do, I said very early on before it came out, right? But 70% of Americans did. And I think even higher numbers around the world. So maybe we had some influence. I don't know. I saved a few lives. So that's always good. All right. Beautiful sunset here outside New Orleans. Cool, breezy, nice. Love New Orleans. Beautiful, beautiful city. And Democrat run. It's gotten pretty sleazy and pretty nasty over the years, but all these cities can be turned around, guys, very quickly, very easily. And it could return to its greatness that it was in the past. I was there I think about 5 years ago. I was probably about 5 years ago when I was leaving California, the land of lockdowns forever. And I was going to Florida, and I stopped in New Orleans. It was not so good. All right. And I've been there so many times and had great times there, partying all night long, right? As a young man with my bros. So fun city, and great food, unbelievably great food. Love New Orleans cooking. I used to have was that Chef Paul Prudhomme or something? He used to pronounce etouffee, and very, very French accent. And I had his cookbooks, right? I actually cooked some of that stuff. I was pretty good. I could do my own roe, and yeah, I'm a dude. I can cook, right? Yeah, it worked out really good for me. Right? So, all right, but these days, a lot of these cities, unfortunately, are very, very dark, very decrepit, and that's because of the long-term deep state Democrat influence. So, like I said, that can be turned around so quickly. I'm not concerned. Cajun is marvelous, absolutely. Cajun food, absolutely amazing. Prudhomme, you remember that? Remember Prudhomme? Lots of laughs. So he was a big boy, right? But he could cook, and he had his own place there in New Orleans, his own restaurant, and I ate there. I was like driving across country. It was just me. I was going from probably one duty station to another, and I'd always do the low road and go through, make sure I went through New Orleans. And so I went and stopped there, ate at Prudhomme's restaurant. I don't know if it's still there, but that was so good. And they did it European style. So even though I was, by myself, I sat at a table with a bunch of people. It was great. All right. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff get turned around, but the evil ones have to be, removed because as long as they're there, we're not going to have a golden age. We're not going to see Prudhomme's old, I think he passed on, his old haunting grounds, his old place where he hung out and cooked marvelous New Orleans Cajun food. And so I had great times there, but, I'm not going back there because it's, not so good there. And I remember when I was talking about that, when I was there 5 years ago, people were like, oh, you should go where the locals go. We don't go there anymore. And you should go one street down. And I was like, well, you should have told me that. But, I went down there and there's still some good places to eat there. You can still eat really good. And the bands, and it's just so good there, even though it's shithole. I don't know. Maybe they cleaned it up. I doubt it, but it's that way in San Francisco and LA and Detroit just doesn't exist anywhere near what it used to be. New York I remember having great times in New York. Eating there is like great. Twin Towers came down in Building 7. People there were like so friendly for the first time in their lives. And then they got mean again, and it got dirty again. So it's too bad. Wilcox Valhalla probably. And so, I mean, again, people have, lots of different opinions about that. I respect everybody's idea about that, and New Orleans and LA and San Francisco. If you believe it's a good place, that's fine. Now, there are some people that, have moved and have done even better. Sue Wong, she probably still has her place in LA, and she moved on. I think she still does dresses, but she moved on and she does houses now. And we saw a couple of her houses. One was in Malibu. Oh my God. Stunning. The woman has a great eye, right? And from China. And she's more American than probably most of us at this point. Loves America. So how many Muslims are like that? They want to have their Sharia law and so forth. It's not so good, right? So I think that the peace deal that we're probably going to be working out with China is going to really work out for us. But in the meantime, we have Democrats that are going to try and steal elections again, and that's not going to work out. All right? No, you will not do that again. And if you do get away with it this time, there's going to be an uprising, right? And this civil war will be very quick, right? It won't be a civil war. It'll just be a little like, it's gonna not go so good for them. And I don't think it's going to get to that point one way or the other. Are they going to use another? Sure looks that way, doesn't it? I think this time, if it gets to the point where things get really, bad, it'll just get postponed. It's like, no, we're not even going to have it. And then they're going to really throw a fit. It's like, we had Madonna with her black, hat ship thing on, and we still lost. It's like, oh, it's so funny. And even in the Economist magazine. So the Economist magazine, I think it was their January issue. I remember looking at it, and it had all this crazy stuff on it. I'm like, what's going on with that? And it was on a ship. It was on a ship. And the ship colors were blue and white. And it looks almost identical to the ship where the hantavirus happened. So these guys planned the stuff out. And they, put all this information. Some of it's for their peeps. So their peeps know, okay, we've been planning, this major biological event for a long time, and now we're getting the signal it's on, right? So they're all moving into their different positions, directions of power. They place people, governors, in positions of power that are going to, promote it, just like, Whitmer did in Michigan, and Newsom did in California. All those people were put in those positions of power, and many others, of course, to, push their agenda. And we're going to see that again. So those people are still there. Kind of like I said, these people weren't held accountable, and they didn't stand trials and, get executed. So they're still going to do it again. So this is an awakening process, I believe, for most of us. I'm awake, and I think most of you are awake, but there's a lot of others that aren't. And so we'll continually share more and more information about this, and help more people wake up. And hopefully we get to the point where, because I know a lot of you are saying, oh, hell no, we're not going to do that again. There's a lot of us who said that last time too. Right? So, and it still happened, right? So just because, a few handfuls of us say no, doesn't mean that's going to happen, because we have a lot of people that are very easily influenced, and they'll go with it. They're going with it, guys. It's done. All right. Whether it's real or not, these people are going to go with it. They are. They're already. A lot of people are masking up already. I hear from people that I went to the gym today, and there's like 5 people in the gym masked up. So it's already started. And Sherry, yep, they're witches and bitches. Use a witchcraft shield. You can break through. Then you see who is behind them. Soulless Walking Dead, as usual. Yes. Aleister Crowley. Yeah. So a lot of this stuff has been integrated for a long time. And my priest is overwhelmed with funerals. Oh, wow. Yep. That's a bummer. So I hope your priesthood isn't overwhelmed with a lot more. All right. So unfortunately, it could be coming. And let's see. That's right. Bodybuilder here. That's what we like to see. Bodybuilder here, pure blood. So good job. God first. Yes, definitely. So we do want to focus on God. And I know a lot of you guys say you have your comments in the chat. I appreciate those, because it does set an energy field. Just don't get too crazy with it. So some people are kind of like, they're for it if it's not too extreme. But for me, I'm about as extreme as you can get. So I'm so into that. All right, so all right, you're on Brad's team, LifeWave. Good job. All right, so again, it's probably going to make a big difference going forward with these supplements and so forth. So bodybuilders, we know, what works on our bodies, keep ourselves healthy, and a lot of you have done a lot of good stuff over the years. A lot of vitamin D3, high levels of C, and zinc seems to do really well. Just on that level, we have a drink called Celergize and LifeWave that has a lot of that stuff, potassium and all kind of good magnesium. So, and it actually helps your LifeWave patches work better. So stem cell activation is going to be very important. Peptides, so it's activating your peptides, copper peptides. So all of that stuff is very, very valuable. And I know some people are like, it costs too much. It's like, what is it? Like about $3 a day. If that's too much, man, I feel for you. It's like, that's a bummer. But there are people that really are like that out there, unfortunately. A lot of the seniors, they've been hammered pretty hard. Trump is trying to help out the seniors by, taking away the tax on Social Security. Awesome. But unless you're still producing, you're not getting any more income. And some people, if they start to produce, they start taking away benefits. It's like you're going to get these benefits because you don't have anything else, and you're barely getting by, and it's like you don't want to tell them that you're doing something different. So a lot of people are like that. It's like they would like to work a second job to earn a little bit more to be healthier and maybe have a vacation. Life's a vacation for me, but it is difficult for a lot of people, these days and age. But yep, health is priceless. But if you don't have the money, then health is whatever it is. Right? So I've been there. I still took vitamin packs, but that's about it. The cheapest ones I could find. So we're in a position, I think, now where a lot of people need help. We're trying to help as many people as possible. Stay in the right frame of mind. That alone will help a lot of people. And then, of course, using good products, eating well, exercising, get a walk in. If you're not like a bodybuilder, right, at least do some walking, right? Get out there and get the body moving. So I think that's very important going forward. Talk your buds, your buds or buds class or buds, your buddies. So don't forget to turn Michael's channel notifications on. Thanks, Katie. So you don't miss his show. And give the thumbs up. And I like that all of you guys have been chatting. Chat's been blowing up, so that helps the algorithms because I'm heavily suppressed. And so getting this information out was hard in the last one where they kept taking me take down my program. So they've gotten clever about it. Now they just turn people off, kick people out. Like, oh well, we'll just keep it going. We'll do the best we can. All right, guys. Lots of love. Say it with me. Stay in the love vibration. And things are going to maybe they get a little worse, but if you're in that vibration and you're staying positive and you're staying informed, you're going to do well. All right. Get your silver. And if you can't afford $3 a day, then just stay positive, right? Get your walking in, stay positive, and keep tuning in. We'll help each other out. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. See you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: The level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations as well as the UN. Rapes, torture, genocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities, said Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. This a glimpse of a surviving hostage of Israeli prisons. Palestinian journalist Ali al-Samaudi was recently released from Israeli prison, where he was held for a year without charge and without a trial. Samaudi was among 105 Palestinian journalists who have been held in Israeli prisons without charges since October 2023. There were 33 who were still in the Israeli prisons that don't provide even basic nutritional needs, beat prisoners and refuse them medical treatment. We held a Palestine marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. President Trump has always said that in this war of good against evil, Israel would be last to overcome the evil. Although the US and Israel have stood together against Iran, Trump has plans for Netanyahu, and they don't include war in other nations such as Netanyahu wishes. As commander-in-chief of the worldwide military alliance, Trump has activated his wartime powers, and deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts and 10 days of communication darkness. Temporary martial law alert, because we're under attack by fake news and traitors within. Soon the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will activate worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with the sounds of 7 trumpets. Then President Trump will give out 7 different messages about our new era of freedom. This is not the end, it's a new beginning. After 10 days of communication darkness where evils across the globe will be revealed and dealt with, the world will never be the same. We will have a new republic, plus new economic, legal, health, political, and education systems. Stay calm and safe. Stock up on food, cash and essentials. Trust the plan. President Donald J. Trump has already exposed to humanity how we are being lied to by the news media, how we are being abused by criminal governments, how so-called healthcare was more evil than the mafia and that elections worldwide were manipulated to position agents of evil. He blasted the World Economic Forum to their face and ended their agenda for world tyranny, kicked the legs from underneath the United Nations, effectively ending their plot to play a key role in a planned world government, ended the invasion of hundreds of millions of illegal immigrants, which is a key strategy of the cabal to destroy nations and pave the way for a one-world state. President Trump stopped the climate change hoax, which was meant to be the next excuse for world tyranny, restored prayer and the Christian faith in America and ended violent persecution of Christians in other nations. Yes, this is the man who did all that and 1,000 times more amazing things to end the rule of evil worldwide, and because of this, he is being hated, smeared, betrayed and mocked like nobody in history. But those who have a clear vision are in awe of what is happening. The future is so beautiful, we have no idea. U.S. Department of Labor on Telegram. The White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We are gonna need more popcorn this weekend." The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts were locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed financial system was functioning worldwide. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Soon the EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Planes, trains will be shut down. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. The EBS will broadcast over all TV, radio and internet across the globe, a Nizara/Jazara announcement, followed by 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7 over TV, radio and internet. This will continue for 10 to 12 days while temporary martial law was imposed to protect us so the global military alliance could make mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. B. Possible timing on Saturday, May 9, 2026 in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. Monday, May 11, 2026, liquidity in less than 24 hours. JFK Jr. There will be a EBS message sent over phones, TV and radio around the globe saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. NESARA will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Monday, May 11, 2026, evidence that Donald Trump may in fact be the commander-in-chief of our republic and has been since elected to office in 2016, per federal laws and orders, quantum financial system on Telegram. Yes, the national emergency declared by President Trump on September 12, 2018 and Executive Order 13,848 is still active. It was most recently extended by President Joe Biden in September 2024. The declaration activates specific statutes that grant the executive branch additional powers or flexibility to address the emergency. During a national emergency, numerous laws provide the president with special authorities, including economic, trade and military. Emergencies enable the reallocation of funds or resources to address the crisis. Since September 12, 2018, the following federal statutes provided Donald Trump special authorities: National Emergencies Act, NEA, framework for declaring, conducting, and terminating national emergencies. International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, allows the President to regulate commerce after declaring a national emergency with respect to any unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. interests. Stafford Act, authorizes the President to provide federal assistance for state and local governments in the event of disasters. Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, gives authority over foreign assets and financial transactions during emergencies. War Powers Resolution, during a national emergency where the security of the homeland is threatened, the President's military-related authorities are significantly expanded to include 1. Deployment of forces, National Guard, use the National Guard under federal control, Title 10 status, for domestic operations if authorized by Congress or under certain emergency statutes. Active duty military, deploy active duty forces within the U.S. for national defense purposes, though this is highly regulated due to the Posse Comitatus Act, which restricts the military's role in domestic law enforcement. 2. Mobilization, reservists, call up reserve components of the military for active duty, civilian personnel, activate civilians with military experience or skills through various emergency powers. 3. Command and control, unified command, establish unified command structures for responding to the emergency, potentially integrating various branches of military, federal, state, and local agencies. 4. Defense production, invoke the Defense Production Act to prioritize production and allocation of resources necessary for defense and emergency response, including directing private sector companies. 5. Infrastructure protection, deploy military engineers and units to protect or repair critical infrastructure. 6. Airspace and maritime control, control airspace, potentially including establishing no-fly zones. Maritime interdiction or control of ports and waterways if necessary. F. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world is now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-risk accounts were flagged and frozen. Names known only to military intelligence are now public in sealed drop files. Gitmo is full. New locations have been activated offshore for tribunal overflow. Justice is no longer a future promise. It's happening right now. Meanwhile, new school programs are rolling out under consciousness directives. No more indoctrination. No more lies. Children will be taught who they truly are, not who they were told to be. Prepare for the next phase. When the power resets and comes back on, nothing will be the same. New screens. New maps. New mission. You are part of the greatest transfer of power in human history. Act accordingly. Stand tall. The world is watching. Sovereign United States of America, Sunday, May 11, 2026. Breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked his authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Incorporated dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the republic the patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles. Drawing on sovereign rights under common law, rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fictions that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25, 2026. This assembly in the Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Incorporated fraud, built on debt, slavery and endless wars, is defunct. Common law is re-established. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown at last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. Global currency reset Monday, May 11, 2026. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments have started. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol internal treasury ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. 72 hours ago, redemption center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. Monday, May 11, 2026. The global financial system is being rewritten this week. China has been hoarding gold for 18 consecutive months. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was just confirmed impure and unusable. BRICS Pay went live May 4th. Trump lands in Beijing May 14th. The Fed chair changes May 15th. Every single piece is moving to the same square on the same day. The old world ends quietly, Mr. Poole, final chapter moan. May 11, 2026. Judy Byington, S.G. Anon, David Rodriguez, Gene Decode, massive financial shift ahead 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking now. Fed meltdown, Jerome Powell accused of holding America's central bank hostage amid explosive corruption probe. Monday, May 11, 2026. Game over. The Fed is dead, gold reset ignites global financial uprising as fiat collapses worldwide, GCR 2026 is live. I'm Monday, May 11, 2026. The signal, they told you to look for the sequence. You were promised it would come quick. Most of them were told they'd miss it. Pay attention, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. May 8, 162 secret UFO files declassified. The Pentagon unlocked the vault. May 8, Russian-Ukrainian ceasefire. 2,000 prisoners on their way home. May 9, WHO withdrawal completed. Medical leash cut. May 10, Trump rejected Iran's peace terms. Called them totally unacceptable. The war machine is being pushed into a corner. May 11, China's foreign ministry confirms Trump's Beijing visit. He's flying into the capital of the dragon. 5 days. 5 dominoes. This is not new. This is an action. Now here's what they're not showing you on any screen. Tier 4B notifications have started. Not soon. Not any day now. 72 hours ago Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. The Fed chair switches in 4 days. Kevin Warsh takes the seat. Same day Trump meets with Xi in Beijing. That room kills the old dollar. What comes out is gold-backed, quantum verified and already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Jazar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage. Student loan. Credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now. They said this day would never come. They told you to quit dreaming. They told you the system was forever. Monday, May 11, 2026 disturbing report. Epstein survivor breaks silence on elite cult network. Bill Clinton named Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. A new wave of explosive allegations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle is reigniting public outrage after survivor Anya Wick came forward with disturbing claims about ritual abuse, elite trafficking networks, psychological conditioning, and powerful figures allegedly tied to the operation. According to Wick, born Anya Beth Epstein, she grew up trapped inside what she describes as a multi-generational abuse system hidden behind wealth, influence, and institutional protection. Her testimony paints a horrifying picture: drug-induced memory suppression, psychological programming, and a hidden network allegedly servicing politicians, billionaires, intelligence-linked figures, and global elites. At the center of the allegations once again stands Jeffrey Epstein, but Wick claims Epstein was never the true mastermind. She describes him instead as the visible public face of a much larger machine operating behind layers of political protection and social influence. Among the names she references is former President Bill Clinton, who she alleges visited locations connected to the trafficking network. No evidence has been publicly presented supporting criminal charges tied to these specific claims, but the accusations are already detonating across alternative media and online political circles. Wick further alleges that investigators, courts, and federal agencies repeatedly ignored, suppressed, or dismissed testimony connected to the network. For years, critics of the Epstein case have argued the scandal exposed something far deeper than one man's crimes, a protection system surrounding the powerful themselves. The resurfacing of these claims is intensifying renewed public anger over sealed files, unanswered questions, missing accountability, and the belief that elite networks operated for decades above the law. The allegations also revive long-running debates surrounding intelligence connections, blackmail operations, Hollywood influence, and institutional corruption tied to Epstein's global network. Supporters of full disclosure argue the American public still has not seen the complete truth behind the Epstein operation, including who financed it, who protected it, and who benefited from it politically. As pressure grows for additional file releases and further investigations, the Epstein scandal continues evolving from a criminal case into something far larger in the eyes of millions, a symbol of elite immunity, hidden power structures, and a justice system many believe failed to expose the full network. Whether future investigations confirm or reject these claims, one reality remains undeniable: the Epstein story is far from over and the public demand for answers is only getting louder. What we think we know as of Tuesday, May 12, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reveals the Cuban government turned down a $100 million humanitarian aid offer as the country continues to face dire circumstances. We've offered the regime their $100 million of humanitarian aid that, unfortunately, so far, They have not agreed to distribute to the people in Cuba. So, we did the hurricane relief, but we're offering more, and it's the regime that's not accepting it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Alex Jones on Telegram. Bill Gates insider, engineered hantavirus outbreak. The hantavirus outbreak isn't natural. That's the explosive revelation from a Gates Foundation insider. Monday, May 11, 2026. Deep state panic. New congressional map reveals fair districts. 280 Republicans versus 156 Democrats. Video May 11, 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Marco Rubio exposes Zelensky as a liar on the world stage. That's a lie and he knows it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking special report. House detonation. Congress passes major America First bill giving President Trump new power to protect U.S. property abroad. May 11, 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Julian Assange drops truth bomb. There is no dirt to release on Donald Trump. Globalists have nothing, he is everything. Checkmate. Monday, May 11, 2026. Classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. Monday, May 11, 2026. Confirmed, epidemiologist Nicholas Huscher says ivermectin and fenbendazole are showing documented stage 4 cancer remissions. Big Pharma cannot ignore this anymore. Q Monday, May 11, 2026. Barack Obama arrives at 10 Downing Street to meet with senior UK political and intelligence security officials. Red Pill Project on Telegram. This unannounced trip comes just days after bombshell declassified intelligence by DNI Tulsi Gabbard confirming that Barack Obama led a treasonous conspiracy against the duly elected president with the intent to overthrow the United States government. Obama traveled to London, England, multiple times. The seditious conspiracy against Donald J. Trump was plotted in England by the CIA and elements of British intelligence. It was executed by John Brennan and Gina Haspel, who was the head of the CIA London station at the time. And here he is, campaigning on another coup against the United States government with world leaders. Our Monday, May 11, 2026. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announces new changes for military contractors. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Bureaucrats will no longer be able to negotiate defense contracts. Defense companies now just pay to build their own factories, their own factory expansions, assembly lines, and manufacturing plants instead of taxpayers. Companies that fail to deliver will be held responsible. Companies that fail to deliver may be replaced with new contractors. Defense companies can no longer have taxpayers pay to build their factories and then charge us for the product. No more cost overruns. This is huge. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at the speed of business, not bureaucracy. A lot of bureaucrats that have been getting filthy rich off deals are going to be pissed.
Very important. And so I had to take that and kind of deal with it. And, it's interesting. This one involved a senior person at a 3-letter agency and a couple of whistleblowers that have been fighting to get their information to the right place. And I would say this, that, I think we're in that zone where we've already passed that point where things are starting to just, break loose everywhere. And I think I used it the other night with you, Matt, where, I was discussing, you see the kid with his fingers in the dike, the old story, I think Dutch kid, and he's got his fingers in the dike. And you think, well, how's that going to help? And the reality is that if you've plugged those holes, the water isn't flowing. You're holding it in check. But if you pull your finger out of one of those holes or multiple of them, what happens is the erosion of the water passing through that hole or crack. And pretty soon, the crack is a fissure. It's more than just a trickle. It becomes a stream. And the erosion can just break the wall in a dam. And all of a sudden, it's coming apart. And so what's happening right now is you have a number of people most of them were suppressed and couldn't come forward. Some of them that are coming forward, like in this case, at least one of the persons, as far as I'm concerned, they didn't do stuff earlier because their nest was being feathered, but now they want to get on the right side of history. And so do I knife them in the back for that, or do I accept that, as they would say it, it would have been not just career fatal, but maybe elsewise fatal to have made any kind of a stink or to jump forward or something prior to this. But they feel the safety that things do appear behind the scenes within that specific agency to be going, or agencies actually too, in a direction where they want to make sure their side is understood. In other words, they want to be on the right side of whatever's coming. So that's probably not unique. You know, I'm not going to kick a gift horse in the mouth if we can get the information into the right slot and it aids other stuff that's already there. I mean, it's all going to be coming out. You know, when the dam breaks, I mean, it really just comes unglued. You know, something finally washes away some area of support. And especially if you think of these great earthworks type dams that are common in the middle and eastern side of the country, more so than the west, of these huge earthen dams. And if they get an area that gets weak, gets washed out, it's toast. I mean, the whole thing comes out, you know, and once the water starts flowing, and that's what we're really looking at within the not just ill run, but criminally operated sections of some of these federal agencies where there was criminality involved on the part of individuals. You know, sometimes the one thing I think we have to do is not, you know, a lot of times people talk about, you know, how the government is bad, how the federal government is bad. No, oftentimes it's not necessarily. I mean, there's times like with Federal Reserve and like that, where there's something wrong with the basic concept of the whole agency itself. But other times it's because you have criminal activity and mischief going on by individuals using their zone of access to do the stuff that they're doing. The agency, the rest of the personnel get tainted, but the reality is it's usually a relatively small number who are the real monsters in the situation. And so we go get them, clear them out, and then try to get things back on an even keel. So there you go.
Hey, Juan, I was just going to telling you, I think you probably got in the show. Brennan had me on at about 5:15 or so Eastern time this evening. We talked about the coalition and, you know, Trump's, the election integrity army, and, you know, what we've been doing, Mark Cook and others around mostly Mark, but others going around the country educating folks on the election ecosystem. And then we talked about the summit and what the purpose was, and Tina, and dedicated to her. And he said, wow, he says, you're having the world premiere of Dark Horse, which I told Warren, you made this happen. And I think I'm recounting what Bannon said, because he's friends with Caviezel as well. And he said Caviezel thinks it's his most important work or best work. And I'm thinking, I don't know how you get better than Jesus, but even I guess Caviezel's very impressed. Oh.
Well, you know, let me say this. The intensity, the work to portray Christ in the crucifixion And I know Jim prayed about this and sensed that this was something that he was called to do, because it, there's been a number of actors over the years that have portrayed Christ. I don't think any that I've seen in other ones really came across in a way that was convincing to me. How would Christ present in certain situations? And I've read lots of this stuff about people that had encounters while he was alive, such as even Josephus. Josephus describes Christ as leaning up against a tree while talking with people in a very relaxed sense, and he was there, saw it, and so it's interesting to think about those types of portrayals. How would Christ have come across to you or me if we had come to him with a question, or watching how he interacted with people? Even like a city, he went to a city, and it says he was unable to do any great works there because of their lack of faith. What? Christ couldn't do a lot of miracles because the people had, no sense of faith. Faith is so crucial in that way. He couldn't overcome that. It's pretty amazing. So, that's, the questions that are out there. It's a conversation. And, but then you look at this role, lots of people have their own impressions of what Christ would have been like, or how he acted. In the case of Bolsonaro, we don't have a point of reference. And so he's first up, if you will, to try to give us, between the writers and the directors and everything else, a portrayal that gives us a point of reference of who this man is, what he went through, and what the truth is about a lot of what's gone on here. So I'm anxious to see it, and for us to have the conversation. It'll be pretty amazing.
Warren, I share with Warren and Mandy, and we're over 400 people have already registered. We got over a month to go. I've talked to the Ahern to see how high we can go, but I think we'll blow through the 500 one.
Yeah, we've talked about that, and of course the fact that they're going to pull out the bar at the middle, which gives us a significantly more room. I don't want to be overcrowded, and so we've discussed this, you and I, and of course the folks over at the Ahern, and I think we're going to have a very comfortable event, but we're also probably going to go over that 500 by a bit. I will say this. You and I, Matt, but I probably more so have attended lots of different events around the country. The rallies, the things with just a wall of speakers and like that. We have tried to keep the number down so we could have more detail and real presentations from these speakers that are world class with with all the different categories of fraud we're trying to deal with. And I think that worked. We did the private conference last month and a half ago on the bond stuff, and I think it was very comfortable because we had time to talk individually with the speakers and between ourselves, and we got a lot more done. That's what this conference is really about. For example, we're catering all of the meals. Why do that? Because I want people to stay there and talk with other people there and not feel the need to go somewhere to have a conversation and to enjoy each other's company. So by having all the meals catered and not crap meals, I mean high quality meals, they actually get awards. The Ahern's one of the best in Vegas on their catering. So by doing that, we're going to be networking. And one of the most important aspects of the coalition has been the fact that we're a network of networks. We have multiple people within the coalition who themselves have a network that they work with, and they're our point of contact within those networks. And I mean, I can just go down the list, every one of them, either within some state operations, an agency operation, etc. So this network of networks has been unbelievable. Well, I want to see that expand. In fact, what Trump said yesterday about an army of people to observe the elections and to make sure that these midterms are done safe, and now beyond that, again, what he's describing is a network of networks, an army. And that's what the coalition is. It's been an amazing experience to get to work with so many different people who themselves represent a group of people, some larger, some smaller, for things that we're able to get done. So this meeting isn't just about coming and hearing and listening and, oh gosh, that was interesting, and go home. It's as much about getting to coordinate with and meet some really amazing people attending and developing more connectivity within all the networks we deal with. And then the speaker list is just off the charts. And I know that the speakers are going to be spending a lot of time with the people attending also. It's a community that everyone there power player. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
I've told many people in our group that it was really neat when I was on the scene in the, let's say, the Friday calls and understanding the coalition and things, that it was neat to see that there were other coalitions that I didn't necessarily know about. Of course, you did, and Matt did, and Mark did, and to find out how you were all collaborating for a long time. And I really wanted people to know, because a lot of people don't understand how that works, that when, Trump said, let's make America great again, there are citizens that went out there and did exactly that, started working on those things without saying, oh, I said that was going to happen. Oh, I said that was going to happen. They just put their head down and went to town, working their rear ends off, taking a lot of heat. And then we've got certain people that have come out and have walked us through that. It's a really neat ordeal. It's a really neat.
The only other thing. Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, Juan, that something that I am very, very fond of is no one in the coalition. You're not going to hear, I did this, or I'm singularly responsible for it. It's we did. And how can I help you? And sometimes I think you see people in various domains, the hubris kind of goes to their head and they become self-important. And no, the mission is what's important, know, and the country is important. The republic is important. And I said on Bannon's show this afternoon, I said, Steve, so many people in this coalition walked away from jobs, going through the life savings. I know Juan has gone through a lot of money. Patrick Byrne has gone through a lot of money, singularly, those two. But other people have just put their lives on hold for 5-6 years just to solve this problem.
Amen.
Well, and I will say this. The people that I've spoken to, yes, it's been painful, because I think for many of us, me included, we had envisioned getting through this sooner than has taken place, and getting to certain checkpoints sooner than have happened. For most of us, it's an inconvenience and added expense. For someone like Tina and some of the other people who are in legal peril, one of the conversations I had earlier today, a very serious situation involving a judge in one of the states who has gone against the machine and the things that have happened to him. You know, I'm not going to complain in the slightest, knowing that others, such as Tina specifically, have paid such a high price. And then in her case, even beyond the rest of us, you know, fortunately, Jen and I enjoy our health. We're young enough, I feel like, you know, anything comes up, you know, we still have a lot of time ahead of us to do different things. Someone like Tina, who is got the health challenges and the circumstances she's in, the cost is way beyond anything monetary. It's time in this world to do certain things, to accomplish things, to just enjoy life. And so I won't wince in the slightest. It would be an insult to others who are paying a much higher price to fuss over any inconveniences. Money can't buy what it has cost Tina thus far. And so, and, you know, you think of superheroes.
You know, I was going to say, once she's already given a child for this country's defense. She's her son. She's sacrificed her son.
You know, some of these things, you don't have any say over it. It was a cost along the way. And so it's, you know, somehow a sacrifice was involved, but it wasn't by choice. Even though she, you know, he wanted to be who he is. He did stuff that he knew to be important. He got that sense of import very clearly from his mom, you know, and the way that he was parented. So we have a lot of respect for that. What pains me in that specific category the most is that I don't care what happened, what purportedly happened. With a Gold Star mom, you have a certain level of esprit de corps. You have to have a certain level of added grace, respect, honor. And what has happened to her is a disgrace. Totally disrespectful. No sense of honor. This is a person that never had a speeding ticket, never had a traffic infraction. And you're going to treat her like she's Al Capone, and then she's a threat to the community. The things that the judge said in sentencing, that was one of the most despicable. He committed an act against her in the way that he did it, that we should all have to wince, and you know, that it was done in the people's name. It's atrocious, and then she has to bear that cross unjustly all this time. She will get exonerated before this is all over, just like all the courts in Colorado were found to be full of shit, saying that Trump had to be taken off the voter rolls, and could be, by all the pointy-headed geniuses in the legal system in Colorado and the political system in Colorado. Once it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, not only did they decide favorably for President Trump to be put back on the ballot, they were decisive, 9-0. Name another Supreme Court case that anybody here can remember where you had a 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court. Usually, at least one or two of the liberal justices side against it. You know, so it's a 7-2 or 6-3. But this was 9-0. The most liberal justices couldn't agree with anyone in the state of Colorado within their legal system. So acting as though some kind of a justice was done in Sheena's case and we just have to live with it. No, by the time this gets to the Supreme Court, the way the trial was conducted, the reasons for even going to trial, all of the machinations within Colorado, they'll all be defeated. What's grinding, though, she's not out on bail while it's appealed. Even the people involved know she'll get off, that this will go the other direction. But they want their scarecrow. It's like strapping somebody to the front of the truck in a Mad Max movie and racing through the war here with this fight over elections. And Tina's, strapped to the grill of some machine. It's horrendous. And at this point, I backed off. I was asked to, as we were pressing hard months ago to get Tina out with executive action, with the president's action, and to give the Colorado governor time to think again, and the system to work it out without them having to lose too much face. Just get Tina out. That's all I care. But the time is now past for even that, as far as I'm concerned. We have to raise the bar. President Trump said that if Tina wasn't free a year ago almost, that extreme measures, he would take extreme measures. Well, I think we're there. If they're not going to honor the pardon, we know there's civil rights violations going on in the prison, some type of federal intervention. I don't care what it is. Figure it out. They got smart attorneys over at the White House. Figure it out. They got smart attorneys at the Justice Department. Figure it out. The time is past. Tina is paying a price that can never be refunded to her once the courts finally get this to a higher court, who is in a situation where it's opportunistic for the cancer to return and things that happen that you can't reverse. It's a black mark on all of us within the country, but especially us conservatives who can't seem to get her out. And it's also, I think it's bad for the president, because it makes us look impotent to see justice done correctly. And there's patience, there's forbearance, there's working through the issues, and then there's some type of evil that is done in our name that you cannot be slow to react to. Okay? If you see something horrible being done to somebody, I'm thinking of an assault that was taking place, and a person close to me jumped into the middle of the assault and put his life in peril. Well, why did he do that? Why not wait for the police? Because the person was in danger of getting their life taken. And waiting for the police for 5 minutes probably would have been death to that person. And so he put his own life in peril to buy time against somebody that was much bigger until others could jump in. It ended up being other spectators that jumped in and stopped it. We're in a situation where horrendous evil is being done to Tina, and we cannot, at this point, wait for normal justice to arrive. Something extraordinary needs to happen. And I believe the only person that actually can take that action at this point in time is, in fact, President Trump. He said extreme measures. I think we're there. And it will be my encouragement tomorrow morning. The call lines open at 10 a.m. Eastern and go to 3 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to ask here and on other shows through the course of the week that everybody, set your alarm clock and call over there and try to get through once. Those are volunteers that man those phone lines. So you want to be courteous to them. But let the president know, remind him that, you said if she wasn't free to take extreme measures, you've said it enough times. Talk's cheap at a certain point in time. Apparently they think even the executive or the pardon is cheap. So we need to up the game somehow. Please find a way. It's time. And we can deal with the rest of these issues. But she is the national treasure. She's a superhero. And the most amazing heroes in a wartime situation are the ones that they are normal, everyday Americans that find themselves in extraordinary conditions and operate in an extraordinary manner. That's Tina. We have to protect that and encourage it in all the rest of the people coming forward. Even in the call I just had just before I came on the show here, something extraordinary is happening, and we need to reinforce it when people do these extraordinary things, just like with Tina. The other thing
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations. Genocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities, said Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. This a glimpse of a surviving hostage of Israeli prisons. Palestinian journalist Ali al-Samaudi was recently released from Israeli prison, where he was held for a year without charge and without a trial. Samaudi was among 105 Palestinian journalists who have been held in Israeli prisons without charges since October 2023. There were 33 who were still in the Israeli prisons that don't provide even basic nutritional needs, beat prisoners and refuse them medical treatment. We held a Palestine marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. President Trump has always said that in this war of good against evil, Israel would be last to overcome the evil. Although the US and Israel have stood together against Iran, Trump has plans for Netanyahu, and they don't include war in other nations such as Netanyahu wishes. As commander-in-chief of the worldwide military alliance, Trump has activated his wartime powers, and deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts and 10 days of communication darkness. Temporary martial law alert, because we're under attack by fake news and traitors within. Soon the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will activate worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with the sounds of 7 trumpets. Then President Trump will give out 7 different messages about our new era of freedom. This is not the end, it's a new beginning. After 10 days of communication darkness where evils across the globe will be revealed and dealt with, the world will never be the same. We will have a new republic, plus new economic, legal, health, political, and education systems. Stay calm and safe. Stock up on food, cash and essentials. Trust the plan. President Donald J. Trump has already exposed to humanity how we are being lied to by the news media, how we are being abused by criminal governments, how so-called healthcare was more evil than the mafia, and that elections worldwide were manipulated to position agents of evil. He appointed RFK Jr. to reform healthcare and the food industry, stopped the Israeli plot to launch a nuclear world war from Iran, and even used Israel to end their own nefarious plans. Hilarious. The president ended the era of censorship and restored free speech so the truth can roar free, blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein, had him arrested and played the Democrats to demand the release of the files, and ended the extreme fraud in the government, where trillions of dollars of tax money were laundered to fund all evil worldwide. Trump had the biggest drug barons in the world arrested and declared full-blown war on the drug cartels, vowing to end drug dealing worldwide, ended the funding of transgender madness, which was destroying millions of defenseless children. Removed the USA from the WHO, so their agenda for world domination, ended all nefarious research to develop new bioweapons, and closed the secret biowarfare labs. He blasted the World Economic Forum to their face and ended their agenda for world tyranny, kicked the legs from underneath the United Nations, effectively ending their plot to play a key role in a planned world government, ended the invasion of hundreds of millions of illegal immigrants, which is a key strategy of the cabal to destroy nations and pave the way for a one-world state. President Trump stopped the climate change hoax, which was meant to be the next excuse for world tyranny, restored prayer and the Christian faith in America and ended violent persecution of Christians in other nations. Yes, this is the man who did all that and 1,000 times more amazing things to end the rule of evil worldwide, and because of this, he is being hated, smeared, betrayed and mocked like nobody in history. But those who have a clear vision are in awe of what is happening. The future is so beautiful, we have no idea. U.S. Department of Labor on Telegram. The White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We are gonna need more popcorn this weekend." The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system, and TV, radio and internet broadcasts were locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed financial system was functioning worldwide. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Soon the EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Planes, trains will be shut down. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. The EBS will broadcast over all TV, radio and internet across the globe, a Nizara/Jazara announcement, followed by 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7 over TV, radio and internet. This will continue for 10 to 12 days while temporary martial law was imposed to protect us so the global military alliance could make mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Monday, May 11, 2026, evidence that Donald Trump may in fact be the commander-in-chief of our republic and has been since elected to office in 2016, per federal laws and orders, quantum financial system on Telegram. Yes, the national emergency declared by President Trump on September 12, 2018 and Executive Order 13,848 is still active. It was most recently extended by President Joe Biden in September 2024. The declaration activates specific statutes that grant the executive branch additional powers or flexibility to address the emergency. During a national emergency, numerous laws provide the president with special authorities, including economic, trade and military. Emergencies enable the reallocation of funds or resources to address the crisis. Since September 12, 2018, the following federal statutes provided Donald Trump special authorities: National Emergencies Act, NEA, framework for declaring, conducting, and terminating national emergencies. International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, allows the president to regulate commerce after declaring a national emergency with respect to any unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. interests. Stafford Act, authorizes the president to provide federal assistance for state and local governments in the event of disasters. Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, gives authority over foreign assets and financial transactions during emergencies. Defense Production Act empowers the president to prioritize and control the allocation of strategic resources, including production and distribution for national defense. Public Health Service Act grants authority for public health emergencies. War Powers Resolution During a national emergency where the security of the homeland is threatened, the President's military-related authorities are significantly expanded to include 1. Deployment of forces, National Guard, use the National Guard under federal control, Title 10 status, for domestic operations if authorized by Congress or under certain emergency statutes. Active duty military, deploy active duty forces within the U.S. for national defense purposes, though this is highly regulated due to the Posse Comitatus Act, which restricts the military's role in domestic law enforcement. 2. Mobilization, reservists, call up reserve components of the military for active duty, civilian personnel, activate civilians with military experience or skills through various emergency powers. 3. Command and control, unified command, establish unified command structures for responding to the emergency, potentially integrating various branches of military, federal, state, and local agencies. 4. Defense production, invoke the Defense Production Act to prioritize production and allocation of resources necessary for defense and emergency response, including directing private sector companies. 5. Infrastructure protection, deploy military engineers and units to protect or repair critical infrastructure. 6. Airspace and maritime control, control airspace, potentially including establishing no-fly zones. Maritime interdiction or control of ports and waterways if necessary. F. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world is now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-risk accounts were flagged and frozen. Names known only to military intelligence are now public in sealed drop files. Gitmo is full. New locations have been activated offshore for tribunal overflow. Justice is no longer a future promise. It's happening right now. Meanwhile, new school programs are rolling out under consciousness directives. No more indoctrination. No more lies. Children will be taught who they truly are, not who they were told to be. Prepare for the next phase. When the power resets and comes back on, nothing will be the same. New screens. New maps. New mission. You are part of the greatest transfer of power in human history. Act accordingly. Stand tall. The world is watching. Sovereign United States of America, Sunday, May 11, 2026. Breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked his authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Incorporated dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the republic the patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles. Drawing on sovereign rights under common law, rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fictions that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25, 2026. This assembly in the Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Incorporated fraud, built on debt, slavery and endless wars, is defunct. Common law is re-established. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown at last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. Global Currency Reset Monday, May 11, 2026. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments have started. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. 72 hours ago, Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. Monday, May 11, 2026. The global financial system is being rewritten this week. China has been hoarding gold for 18 consecutive months. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was just confirmed impure and unusable. BRICS Pay went live May 4th. Trump lands in Beijing May 14th. The Fed chair changes May 15th. Every single piece is moving to the same square on the same day. The old world ends quietly, Mr. Poole, final chapter moan. May 11, 2026. Judy Byington, S.G. Anon, David Rodriguez, Gene Decode, massive financial shift ahead 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking now. Fed meltdown. Jerome Powell accused of holding America's central bank hostage amid explosive corruption probe. Monday, May 11, 2026. Game over. The Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising as fiat collapses worldwide. GCR 2026 is live. On Monday, May 11, 2026. The signal. They told you to look for the sequence. You were promised it would come quick. Most of them were told they'd miss it. Pay attention. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. May 8, 162 secret UFO files declassified. The Pentagon unlocked the vault. May 8, Russian-Ukrainian ceasefire. 2,000 prisoners on their way home. May 9, WHO withdrawal completed. Medical leash cut. May 10, Trump rejected Iran's peace terms. Called them totally unacceptable. The war machine is being pushed into a corner. May 11, China's foreign ministry confirms Trump's Beijing visit. He's flying into the capital of the dragon. 5 days. 5 dominoes. This is not new. This is an action. Now here's what they're not showing you on any screen. Tier 4B notifications have started. Not soon. Not any day now. 72 hours ago, Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. The Fed chair switches in 4 days. Kevin Warsh takes the seat. Same day Trump meets with Xi in Beijing. That room kills the old dollar. What comes out is gold-backed, quantum verified and already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Jazar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage. Student loan. Credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now. They said this day would never come. They told you to quit dreaming. They told you the system was forever. Monday, May 11, 2026. Disturbing report. Epstein survivor breaks silence on elite cult network. Bill Clinton named Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. A new wave of explosive allegations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle is reigniting public outrage after survivor Anya Wick came forward with disturbing claims about ritual abuse, elite trafficking networks, psychological conditioning, and powerful figures allegedly tied to the operation. According to Wick, born Anya Beth Epstein, she grew up trapped inside what she describes as a multi-generational abuse system hidden behind wealth, influence, and institutional protection. Her testimony paints a horrifying picture: drug-induced memory suppression, psychological programming, ritualized abuse and a hidden network allegedly servicing politicians, billionaires, intelligence-linked figures, and global elites. At the center of the allegations once again stands Jeffrey Epstein, but Wick claims Epstein was never the true mastermind. She describes him instead as the visible public face of a much larger machine operating behind layers of political protection and social influence. Among the names she references is former President Bill Clinton, who she alleges visited locations connected to the trafficking network. No evidence has been publicly presented supporting criminal charges tied to these specific claims, but the accusations are already detonating across alternative media and online political circles. Wick further alleges that investigators, courts, and federal agencies repeatedly ignored, suppressed, or dismissed testimony connected to the network. For years, critics of the Epstein case have argued the scandal exposed something far deeper than one man's crimes, a protection system surrounding the powerful themselves. The resurfacing of these claims is intensifying renewed public anger over sealed files, unanswered questions, missing accountability, and the belief that elite networks operated for decades above the law. The allegations also revive long-running debates surrounding intelligence connections, blackmail operations, Hollywood influence, and institutional corruption tied to Epstein's global network. Supporters of full disclosure argue the American public still has not seen the complete truth behind the Epstein operation, including who financed it, who protected it, and who benefited from it politically. As pressure grows for additional file releases and further investigations, the Epstein scandal continues evolving from a criminal case into something far larger in the eyes of millions, a symbol of elite immunity, hidden power structures, and a justice system many believe failed to expose the full network. Whether future investigations confirm or reject these claims, one reality remains undeniable: the Epstein story is far from over, and the public demand for answers is only getting louder. What we think we know as of Tuesday, May 12, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reveals the Cuban government turned down a $100 million humanitarian aid offer as the country continues to face dire circumstances. We've offered the regime their $100 million of humanitarian aid that, unfortunately, so far, they have not agreed to distribute to the people in Cuba. So, we did the hurricane relief, but we're offering more, and it's the regime that's not accepting it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Deep state panic, new congressional map reveals fair districts, 280 Republicans versus 156 Democrats. Video May 11, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Marco Rubio exposes Zelensky as a liar on the world stage. That's a lie and he knows it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking special report, House detonation. Congress passes major America First bill giving President Trump new power to protect U.S. property abroad. May 11, 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Julian Assange drops truth bomb. There is no dirt to release on Donald Trump. Globalists have nothing. He is everything. Checkmate. Monday, May 11, 2026. Classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. Monday, May 11, 2026. Confirmed, epidemiologist Nicholas Huscher says ivermectin and fenbendazole are showing documented stage 4 cancer remissions. Big Pharma cannot ignore this anymore. Monday, May 11, 2026. Update. Mass arrests across the United States right now, more deep state operatives taken into custody, military tribunals now active. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Mass arrests of deep state operatives across the United States have intensified in May 2026. President Trump ordered these operations directly from the White House using secure military channels that bypassed compromised elements in the DOJ and FBI. Raids occurred in Virginia, Maryland, New York, California, Texas, and Georgia. Marine Special Operations teams supported by the Defense Intelligence Agency carried them out after NSA intercepts. Virginia raids secured a former Biden-era official and BlackRock executives. Servers showed billions moved to election offices in key states with evidence of manipulated logs and payments to officials. Northern Virginia arrests took down a CIA station chief and deputy for domestic surveillance and FISA abuses targeting Trump teams, with funding from lawfare networks. New York captured an FBI assistant director and tech executives who suppressed America First content and coordinated foreign national entries. Targets are now at military facilities in Quantico and South Carolina facing daily UCMJ tribunals with solid evidence including financial records and intercepted communications. Convictions result in asset seizures funding billions for border barriers and military bonuses. President Trump receives morning briefings and has expanded the list. Operations remain silent to safeguard evidence. These arrests drive current successes like high deportation numbers, surging energy production, and manufacturing reshoring. Americans see benefits in lower fuel prices and improved safety in cities. Further raids will target Education Department holdovers and dark money foundations. Each removal strengthens American sovereignty through these precise strikes. President Trump is delivering the justice the people voted for in 2024. The deep state collapses under pressure while the republic stands stronger every day. Monday, May 11, 2026. Barack Obama arrives at 10 Downing Street to meet with senior UK political and intelligence security officials. Red Pill Project on Telegram. This unannounced trip comes just days after bombshell declassified intelligence by DNI Tulsi Gabbard confirming that Barack Obama led a treasonous conspiracy against the duly elected president with the intent to overthrow the United States government. Obama traveled to London, England, multiple times. The seditious conspiracy against Donald J. Trump was plotted in England by the CIA and elements of British intelligence. It was executed by John Brennan and Gina Haspel, who was the head of the CIA London station at the time. And here he is, campaigning on another coup against the United States government with world leaders. Monday, May 11, 2026. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announces new changes for military contractors. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Bureaucrats will no longer be able to negotiate defense contracts. Defense companies now just pay to build their own factories, their own factory expansions, assembly lines, and manufacturing plants instead of taxpayers. Companies that fail to deliver will be held responsible. Companies that fail to deliver may be replaced with new contractors. Defense companies can no longer have taxpayers pay to build their factories and then charge us for the product. No more cost overruns. This is huge. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at the speed of business, not bureaucracy. A lot of bureaucrats that have been getting filthy rich off deals are going to be pissed. This video is reposted from the website urdailyblog.com. Saturday, May 9, 2026. Palestinian update from Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. Speaking up for Palestine, Nakba, we commemorate the large-scale ethnic cleansing that accompanied the declaration of a Jewish apartheid state May 15, 1948. I have relatives who lost their homes in Jaffa, a city that was largely ethnically cleansed and subsumed into Tel Aviv. This coming week is also my birthday, and as in all such days we remember our mothers. My mom's last day included few words she could utter, but one was the name of her friend Haib al-Bisi, massacred in Deir Yassin by Zionist forces April 9, 1948. While my body ages, I still try to keep the pace as a full-time volunteer, 7 days a week, 15 hours per day, and donor at the Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability. Soon we open the new Museum of Natural History and new Heritage Garden. Thus, for those who contemplate sending birthday wishes or gifts, please consider supporting this project, financially, logistically, in kind, by visiting, by volunteering, etc. The level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations as well as the UN. Rapes, terror, pogroms, ecocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities. This a glimpse of surviving hostages? Yet the resilience is staggering. Yesterday we held the Palestine Marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Watch, I know you can get frustrated and depressed occasionally, but please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Even Saudi Arabia just denied use of its airspace for Israel Epstein, U.S. military. Again, please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. Note for those in Norway, Jesse and I will be traveling to Norway in June, next month, to give talks. Let us know if you are there and can help. Thank you and stay humane, act, and keep hope in Palestine alive. In other news, as of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026, the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives, while the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nizara Jazara protocols. MAGA Intel Hub on Telegram. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continue in silence. High-profile names were already in custody under military tribunals. The cabal's last attempt to block the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness incoming to protect the people, while truth bombs drop via EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance is in control. Gold-backed currencies are alive. Debt jubilee activated. Humanitarian funds released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor. Stock up on water, food, batteries and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light wins. God wins. Trump wins. We the people win. WWG1 forever. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, May 10, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel talks about what he's proved Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama did. It took me 2 years of my life to prove that a political party in the United States of America in the 21st century would go overseas and hire some bogus intelligence asset to manufacture fraudulent, fake unverified information. Funneled it to not just the intelligence community, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and then take those packaged lies that they had paid for with campaign finance funds, and go into a secret surveillance court and illegally spy on your opponent to be the next president of the United States. Sunday, May 10, 2026, 563 strikes that killed around 3,797 people, including children and U.S. citizens. This is just a fraction of assassinations considering Obama and Brennan's weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting. Be possible timing. On Sunday, May 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, final confirmation transmissions were issued to military commands in 27 countries. Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, May 10, 2026 48-hour warning to when lights go out in Tehran, screens go dark in Davos and Brussels, in every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down, one after another. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. See Sunday, May 10, 2026 The sequence, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. You're not watching random events. You're watching a military-grade operation unfold in real time. Let me show you the board. Monday. Wednesday. 162 classified UFO files declassified. 70 years of lies ripped open. Apollo transcripts. Infrared footage from 5 continents. The Pentagon said draw your own conclusions. They've never said that before. Why now? Because the old gatekeepers no longer control the narrative. Thursday, U.S. Navy fires on Iranian tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 vessels disabled. Oil blockade enforced. Iran's economy suffocating. No UN vote. No congressional debate. Just action. Trump told them the terms. They refused. Now they're watching their ships burn. Friday, 3-day ceasefire. Russia-Ukraine. 1,000 prisoners from each side coming home. Trump called it the beginning of the end. The war Biden spent $200 million failing to stop, ended with 2 phone calls and a Truth Social post. 4 days. 4 moves. 4 pillars of the old world. Dismantled. Medical control, gone. Information control, gone. Energy control, gone. War machine, gone. This is not politics. This is not diplomacy. This is a controlled demolition of the old world order. Every move was planned. Every date was chosen. The sequence was set before any of us knew what we were watching. They told you nothing would change. They told you to trust the institutions. They told you one man couldn't do it. Look at your screen right now. He's doing IT. Next in the sequence, China-Taiwan. June. Watch. May. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, Saturday, May 9, 2026 CBS, emergency broadcast system. What event can initiate it? 1. Iraq dinar reinstatement. 2. Evergrande collapse. 3. Gorges Dam collapse. 5. Stock market collapse. 6. China takes Taiwan. 7. Election decertification. 8. Nuclear war. 9. QFS, accounts. 10. Q phones. F global currency reset on Sunday, May 10, 2026. Starlink powered the emergency broadcast system, exposing cabal crimes. Martial law enables worldwide arrests of the guilty. On Monday, May 11, 2026. Tier 4B notifications could arrive with new rates. Wednesday, May 6, 2026 CBS activation. The global reset has arrived. Every citizen globally will receive notification via text and email to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Thursday, May 7, 2026 Bruce, the big call, likely either Mon or twos for Tier 4B appointments to start. Bolivar, Dinar, Dong, Zim and 41 currencies on redemption center screen. G Sunday, May 10, 2026 The gold. They're pulling it out. Quietly. Systematically. Every major nation on earth is withdrawing their gold from American vaults, and no one is asking why. France, 129 tons. Gone from the NY Fed. India, 104 tons in 6 months. Germany. Netherlands. Now it's accelerating. Q1 2026, central banks bought 244 tons of gold, the strongest quarter in recorded history. They're not buying gold because they like shiny things. They know what's coming. Move 1. Trump and Musk demanded a Fort Knox audit in February. 3 weeks of headlines. Then, silence. No results. No report. It vanished from every news cycle overnight. What kind of discovery makes the most powerful men in the world go quiet? Move 2. The Mises Institute just confirmed, the bulk of Fort Knox gold consists of impure non-standard bars that don't qualify for international transactions. The gold backing the most powerful economy on Earth cannot be used in the global system. Degraded. Diluted. Or not what they say it is. Move 3, May 4, 2026, BRICS launched BRICS Pay. Blockchain-based. Dollar-independent. Operational now. 9 nations. 3.5 billion people. A payment system that doesn't need the US dollar. SWIFT's monopoly ended on a Sunday and nobody told you. Move 4, internal Treasury correspondence, leaked April 22, references Protocol 7, asset reconciliation. Sovereign gold holdings cross-referenced against QFS digital ledger entries. The audit didn't disappear. It moved classified. What they found isn't being hidden, it's being prepared as evidence. The nations are pulling their gold because they were told to. When the dollar resets, only those holding real assets survive. The vault is empty. The world knows. The clock is running. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Jazara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market. Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to. Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them. Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first, stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines. Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps. Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content. Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis. A world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The Internet. Transformed. Banking systems. Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. A veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watched The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off, with a scripted drama unfolding since 2015, or perhaps even earlier. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking special report. Obama's worst week yet, Starmer collapses in UK, Virginia court destroys rigged Democrat map, and the globalist machine starts cracking. Sunday, May 10, 2025, boom. Explosive deep state alert, Trump calls Comey's 8,647 seashell stunt pathetic. As federal threat investigation explodes, May 10, 202. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking, we are going to stop this crime, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. declares war on chemtrails, pressures Trump to ban toxic skies. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking alert, FBI detonation, Kash Patel confirms James Comey faces felony charges over threat against President Trump. Sunday, May 10, 2025, exposed, billionaire blood cleaning and the elite's hidden health rituals, health secrets. Sunday, May 10, 2025, National Security Bombshell, National Security Bombshell Obama under federal criminal investigation, the DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. And Sunday, May 10, 2026 boom. Shocking Senate expose, $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods, the MAGA King on Telegram. A shocking Senate expose reveals that over $1 trillion in U.S. taxpayer money is stolen annually by the deep state. This enormous fraud funnels funds directly into terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods for criminals, forcing hard-working Americans to pay the price for this treason hidden in plain sight. The deep state functions as an operational machine embedded in federal agencies, third-party contractors, intelligence-linked NGOs, and digital ghost identities. They design the system to be untraceable, exploiting chaos and complexity so stolen dollars advance their goals of power and control. This infrastructure enables criminal sovereignty. This theft stands as the biggest heist in history, with $1 trillion lost each year to fraud. The staggering rate includes $115 million vanishing every hour, 1.9 million every minute, and 32,000 every second. None of it supports American infrastructure, veterans, or citizens. Instead, it finances enemies through terrorism, trafficking, luxury purchases, drugs, yachts, and NGO fronts. Witness testimony exposes how California sent billions to Hamas-linked groups and Minnesota directed funds to Somalia, with national programs losing track of money crossing borders to support extremism. The system hemorrhages taxpayer wealth to fund the nation's adversaries. Hundreds of billions reach traffickers who buy children with American subsidies, create fake identities for phantom recipients, and shield human slavery networks via bureaucracy. Fraudsters easily infiltrate unaudited programs like unemployment benefits and loans. Facing almost zero chance of prosecution at just 0.1%. Real Americans, like the electrician working long hours and paying taxes, watch their money buy yachts and Lamborghinis for criminals or enable child trafficking abroad. This occurs under the cover of aid programs. Experts propose solutions such as strict identity verification, mass recertification, independent audits, and Secret Service intervention. Yet the political elite refuse to act because the fraud benefits them and the global machine. Taxpayers are funding not public services but a criminal enterprise that rewards terror and enslaves innocents. $1 trillion gone yearly, 115 million hourly. The refusal to stop it marks this as treason. In other news, evidently the Democrat deep state still plans to install Harris in the U.S. presidency ahead of Trump's inauguration. and then declare martial law so the Illuminati puppets can stay in power to inflict their Satan-worshipping deep state agenda. If that didn't work, they had even more Trump assassination plots in the mix. It was discovered that the deep state's military FEMA ordered staff not to help Florida hurricane victims if they had Trump signs in their yards. Worse, and what was not reported in the mainstream media fake news, was that FEMA had 350 trailers sitting at Oscoda's Wurtsmith Airport, along with a military-grade arsenal, plus had built underground prisons, hidden bunkers and detention centers ready to use for removal of hurricane victims as part of their depopulation agenda. The grid. While you were watching the wars and the files, something else happened. Elon Musk built a parallel communication system for the entire planet. And it just went live. 650 direct-to-cell satellites. Your phone can connect to them without a tower, without Wi-Fi, without your internet provider. T-Mobile activated it quietly last week. No press conference. Just a page that went live overnight. Every cell tower on Earth just became optional. Move 1. SpaceX filed permits for a $55 billion chip fabrication facility in Texas. A terafab, the largest semiconductor plant ever proposed on American soil. They're not building satellites anymore. They're building the hardware for an entirely new global infrastructure. One man. No telecom cartel. No kill switch. Move 2. Remember when they shut down the internet in Iran, Myanmar, Kazakhstan? Every time a population rose up, they cut communications first. That can never happen again. Starlink bypasses every ground-based kill switch. Iranians are smuggling terminals into the country right now to beat the blackout. The old control grid is already being routed around. Move 3, Executive Order 14327, signed March 14, 2026, designated Starlink as critical national security infrastructure. Same classification as nuclear command systems. Same as NORAD. Why would a commercial internet service need the same protection as America's nuclear arsenal? Unless it's not just internet. Internal SpaceX documents reference a protocol called Guardian, Global Uninterruptible Alert and Response Distributed Information Network. FCC Experimental License CX 2026-00401. Frequency, 37.5 to 42.0 GHz, the same band reserved for emergency alert systems. They didn't build an internet company. They built the EBS replacement. When the old grid goes dark, and it will, you won't lose signal. You'll gain truth. The blackout isn't something to fear. It's the moment the old system loses its last weapon. Sunday, May 10, 2026. Breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes, Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations, full list and documents, 107 on Telegram. A political firestorm explodes as the Venezuela list alleges 60 U.S. senators took multi-million bribes from Maduro's narco-terror regime, exposing deep state corruption and betrayal of the American people. Hugo Carvajal in U.S. custody reveals the regime's war on America with drugs, Tren de Aragua gangs, and Smartmatic for election fraud. Senators were bought. Trump and Pete Hegseth counter with fentanyl strikes, senator asset seizures, and Smartmatic disruptions to destroy the deep state. This is the Republic fighting back. Patriots with Trump see the Venezuela list bringing the deep state's collapse and restoration of justice. Sunday, May 10, 2026, from 1969 to 1990, Michael Aquino was lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves and was a psychological warfare specialist. He also worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, as a program analyst. Most importantly, Aquino was a self-proclaimed Satanist who was serving in the U.S. military, Pentagon insider on Telegram. Aquino worked together with Anton LaVey, who is one of the founders of the Church of Satan itself. He later started his own satanic church, known as the Temple of Set. Sunday, May 10, 2026, breaking. UFO files released, secret military records about UFO encounters finally public, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump forced the release of the first batch of classified UFO files today. This brings military sighting reports, pilot encounter records, and official documents on unidentified aerial phenomena to the American public. Decades of government secrecy are finally exposed. The Department of War released over 160 files spanning nearly 80 years. These contain Apollo mission transcripts describing jagged angular fragments in space and intelligence on anomalous objects buzzing American skies and military assets. Trump launched the Pursue Directive, the presidential unsealing and reporting system for unidentified aerial phenomenon encounters. Agencies were ordered to provide all materials on alien activity, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and UFOs. Files reveal objects outperforming aircraft in speed and maneuverability. Encounters include shutting down nuclear systems and tracking submarines with advanced intelligence. The deep state fought disclosure to control information and protect secret programs. Bureaucrats discredited witnesses to hide threats from citizens. Trump broke through by delivering raw truth directly to the people. This empowers citizens and bolsters America First sovereignty. Intrusion patterns show objects descending, hovering against the wind, and accelerating rapidly. Records indicate surveillance of U.S. military and space operations. These findings stress the importance of strong national defenses under Trump leadership. He dismantles bureaucratic walls that past presidents upheld. Action began on day one of the new term as promised. Upcoming releases in coming weeks will continue revealing records and challenge globalist secrecy. American citizens gain validation for their sightings and veterans receive long overdue vindication. Technologies like transmedium travel require focused investments in defense capabilities. Power shifts permanently from unelected insiders to the public. Evidence of risks to infrastructure supports key breakthroughs. Results come where excuses once prevailed. Deep state influence fades as truths surface. Trump safeguards the homeland. The disclosure fight advances, making America stronger since Donald Trump ended the bureaucrats' hold on these secrets.
So when you tie all this in, the military government, and you hear President Trump say all roads lead to Obama, people have to remember as well, I think it could be something, and I'm not trying to be combative towards anybody's, analysis of what it could be, but I do agree with the July the 4th because that's a big day, and I think that we have to start making a massive turn before then.
I think Kash Patel's going to need a small warehouse filled with handcuffs. Derek Johnson, you care to weigh in on the low-lying fruit leading to Obama arrests? Are they really coming? Your viewpoint of potentially when?
Well, I agree. I mean, you look at our ages. I mean, I'm obviously the youngest one on the panel. I get to brag, I guess, a little bit here about something. But 250 is a big deal while we're living here. The odds that we'll see 275, 300. I mean, you don't even have to live your full life. I mean, God's in control of that. But 250 is a big deal for a constitutional republic. And this is all of President Trump's legacy. I remind people, I have the ball cap right back here, but I remind people the 45-47, that's his whole legacy. So there's the operational side that we talk about, obviously the applications of the military government, and then there's the actual what people are seeing, right? So there's the two timelines that are running. And so 2016, I've told everybody 2020 was not, this is what my books and what the whole President Trump presidency, and it's not a real presidency, it's a wartime president, supreme commander. I've told everybody 2016 was the theft. That was where the coup was tried back there. That was it. All right. And they just reran it again because why not? We have a thing called the military government. It's lawful. The Constitution supports it. And when we get done with all this, people will appreciate it. And if they don't, well, we might need to examine their heads as well when we get done with this. But Comey, I was just brought it up where people can see, but Comey's last post on X is June 2025. I mean, and so here's a guy, you can't see it through the glare, but here's a guy that's got 1.1 million followers, right? If you have 1.1 million followers and you lived in the days of Obama and Bush and back, right? That was the mudslinging days. And that was the heavy, heavy drama. That was your real Smith. Right now, people think media is, but the media are under a wartime code. It's the 47 U.S. Code, Section 606, which is a national mercy statute power. And that's why it's such an awesome flex that President Trump, he really wouldn't even have to issue one single executive order with a national mercy because there was over 25 when he stepped into office that were open. So all he had to do was enforce the law. even if it would have been a real presidency, but it's not. So that's why you got to tie in the Executive Order 13848, September the 12th, 2018, with the national emergency and vote in it for election interference. All right, and there's a key line in it that people need to focus on. It says, although no foreign power has altered the outcome, or that little conjunction is very key, or the tabulations, all right, which is January the 6th. All right, that's what vote tabulation day is. No foreign power has altered the outcome or vote tabulation in any U.S. history election. So they're telling you right there that, hey, our enemy is within. President Trump started making those proclamations in March 2020. We've been invaded. We've been invaded. We've been invaded. November the 15th, 2022, which was the night he announced candidacy for 2024, which is all, once again, when you know this stuff, that was way too early in another manner. But that was on the anniversary of our Articles of Confederation, November the 15th, 1777. So everything President Trump's doing is showing different symbols the right way, the good way. And like today, it came out that he is related to the king. And I was trolling all the people on X going, oh, I thought he was the Antichrist. Now he's got the bloodline to the king. The bloodline to the Antichrist, according to the Bible, is not anything English related. So, all those things, it's serious because it's what they're showing people. So that executive order, September the 12th, 2018, 2 months later, the National Guard cybersecurity teams are going to the election polls. All right. Well, we also have a Title 18 code in there that says that any one of us, all of us service members, we can't get in our uniform and go down to the poll and convince you to vote, whether we're retired, whether we're active, reserve, National Guard. That's also a federal crime. So if you're at the polls, or which these guys will be in trucks and different things in different places if they were remotely close, but they would be in operative vehicles for that. But still, just for the target audience out there, they're still active at these 14 to 39 states were active, 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. So the first time in U.S. history, election history, we're having the National Guard involved. And if people knew what they do, we have all the forensics. We work on analog, not digital, so we can capture any kind of adding or subtracting of votes. So why would quote unquote Joe have the National Guard at the polls in 2022 and 2024 on a President Trump executive order with a national emergency? That wouldn't make sense if President Trump is a king, a Nazi, a dictator, and all those things. That wouldn't make sense. And then also for the veterans out there, this is why I was so hard right out the gate with the veterans, is that, look, if you're going to come at me and, oh, I didn't serve long enough and I didn't do this and I didn't, well, it's going to look worse on you because I didn't serve as long as you, because quote unquote Joe does not have one single Title 10 invocation from 21 to 25. He doesn't have a Title 32 funding from 21 to 25. Everything's operating on President Trump. And then, even though this is off subject, it still ties in just the recent quote unquote shooting. The articles, mainstream articles, are talking about a line of succession. Why are we talking about a line of succession? Most people don't even know what that is. Well, the line of succession is important because quote unquote Joe never had an order of succession with the Department of War or the National Security Council, which would be, so when you tie all this in, the military government, and you hear President Trump say all roads lead to Obama, people have to remember as well, I think it could be something, and I'm not trying to be combative towards anybody's, analysis of what it could be, but I do agree with the July the 4th because that's a big day. And I think that we have to start making a massive turn before then. And then, but when you hear all roads lead to Obama, what if though? What if they used Obama in a different manner, where they brought him out and made him, basically have a guilty conscience, or maybe he's the one who spills all the beans, something of that manner. Because look how, if you went up to every Democrat or liberal on the street and said, pick one, you only have one, you have two options, one choice, Clinton's or Obama. Liberals would dump the Clintons so quick. They think Obama's a great speaker, a great father, a great husband, a great president. What if you flip it in another irregular manner and you make him come out, be the one that Remember on the night show where he read off President Trump's tweet? He said, well, at least I'll go down as a president. And he dropped the phone like a mic drop. Well, what if they make him come out and be the one that's speaking to the world in another manner? All roads lead to Obama. I think it could be an ultimate troll move by President Trump where it's more light. It's going to be heavy with the tribunals and that, yes, but light from the standpoint of the approach for the people as well, who, like Josh was saying, the people out there, they don't have a clue what's going on. They won't listen to some of us. So somehow they got to spin it in a way that's not so doomsday on this, in the sense of getting their attention, but then the actual trials. So the Charlie Kirk thing, that is so perfect what they did with people. No one talked about the bullet. No one talked about the gore, right? They didn't even say, man, why are they showing this on TV? They've never shown this before. They're getting people ready for the quick trials that way, but they also can do it in another way of saying, all right, let's make Obama be the one spill the beans. I don't know. It could be. That's where Jacob, talking about the layers and the strategies and tactics, irregular warfare, unconventional. Someone could be good, bad. You're never going to know until the lead dogs tell you what it is. And I think that could be a tactic.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Martial law alert to change over to a new republic, new gold asset-backed economy, new legal system under common law, new health system under medbeds, new political system, and new education system. Let us pray. Judy, note, the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just, who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913, the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era, we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal could not even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Inc. owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal? And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves? Friday, May 8th, 2026. U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation. Real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. And so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days on the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. EBS, blackout, martial law lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance is in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets, transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune in to our TVs or radios. For 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. About the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and carry out of sentences. During this time, banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new, faster, and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement and beginnings of peace, prosperity, and freedom for all worldwide. This is Nino from ninoscorner.tv, and this is his morning show from a few days ago. And he's talking about something the White House advisor had issued an urgent warning, and people are panic buying in D.C.
It's best to prep and get ready. So I'm going to go into why people close to the president and people in D.C. are choosing to prep right now, and they're going to stores and they're emptying store shelves. Certain people in the know a lot of people are even just hiding away, leaving the cities. Really crazy stuff is happening right now from what I'm hearing, and I'm going to get into all of that and more. So this is getting to be a crazy time in American history, and Trump is a wartime president. He's not here for peace. He doesn't give a shit about your feelings. This is about winning the country back, and this is the guy I voted for, and he's doing it by rolling up his sleeves and getting his hands dirty. Sorry, but I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of us, a lot of you, you may not make it if you're not preparing correctly. And I'm just going to say that because it's going to get treacherous. It's going to get hard. So, I call Trump the great exposer, right? He was the great exposer. He exposed everything. Now we're coming into, we did the ice raids, more ice raids to come, by the way. I'm hearing they're going to be very severe coming. Maduro was captured. Iran has been neutralized. We're still going to have some problems with Iran, from my understanding. They're not going to give up that easily, but they are neutralized as a nuclear threat. But that doesn't mean that the globalists don't have more tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing, yes, another boogeyman where people get sick is on its way. Lots of stuff in the pipeline, folks. They're not going to just roll over and play dead. They're not. This is going to get a lot more bumpy, a lot more turbulence.
Global currency reset. Thursday, May 7th. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B could come over the weekend with a toll-free number and an email, likely either Monday or Tuesday for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8th, the Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Sunday, May 10th, Starlink will power the emergency broadcast system exposing cabal crimes. Monday, May 11th, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. Friday, May 15th, new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live.
Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet bank account on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, the 4th of July, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now.
Friday, May 8th, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now, far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications, signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation. The process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8th, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole, final chapter. France, quietly between July 2025 and January 2026, pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar gone. $15 billion back to Paris. France did not repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons repatriated. China bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases month after month. Germany requested emergency repatriation in April, not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine yesterday, different from anything in the past, 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO yesterday warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN yesterday literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now, but they won't tell you why. Everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why. You don't leave your gold in a vault. That's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th, meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system, gold-backed, dollar-independent. $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built, the gold is moved, the players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification, that's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing, it's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home, it's going to the new vault. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9th, 2026. Friday, May 8th, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the Office of the First Partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we're finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. California Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the Office of the First Partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They are stealing millions. Just so we are clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. And Friday, May 8th, explosive report, Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8th, breaking explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million-dollar bribe allegations. Friday, May 8th, the note. Yesterday, a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell, found by his cellmate, sealed by the court until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again, slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on earth, writes a goodbye letter? Hides it in a comic book and nobody finds it for 6 years? No. That note wasn't written by him, it was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates, Musk, Tisch, all in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics is still sealed. They released the note to close the story, to make you believe it's over, that he's gone. He's not gone. August 10th, 2019, camera malfunction, 2 guards asleep, body removed in 14 minutes. No independent autopsy. Hyoid bone broken, consistent with strangulation, not hanging. The note is the script they gave him before extraction. Ask yourself, why is Trump pushing to release everything? UFO files, JFK, now Epstein, because he knows the real list drops before June. The names on it will end careers, collapse foundations, and trigger extradition orders across 7 countries. They gave you the note to make. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Martial law alert to change over to a new republic, new gold asset-backed economy, new legal system under common law, new health system under medbeds, new political system, and new education system. Let us pray. Judy notes the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913, the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era, we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal could not even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Inc. owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal? And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves? Friday, May 8th, 2026? U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation, real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. And so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days on the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. EBS, blackout, martial law lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance is in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. For 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. About the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and carry out of sentences. During this time, banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new, faster, and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement, and beginnings of peace, prosperity, and freedom for all worldwide. This is Nino from ninoscorner.tv, and this is his morning show from a few days ago. And he's talking about something the White House advisor had issued an urgent warning, and people are panic buying in D.C.
It's best to prep and get ready. So I'm going to go into why people close to the president and people in D.C. are choosing to prep right now, and they're going to stores and they're emptying store shelves. Certain people in the know a lot of people are even just hiding away, leaving the cities. Really crazy stuff is happening right now from what I'm hearing, and I'm going to get into all of that and more. So this is getting to be a crazy time in American history, and Trump is a wartime president. He's not here for peace. He doesn't give a shit about your feelings. This is about winning the country back, and this is the guy I voted for, and he's doing it by rolling up his sleeves and getting his hands dirty. Sorry, but I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of us, a lot of you, you may not make it if you're not preparing correctly. And I'm just going to say that because it's going to get treacherous. It's going to get hard. So, I call Trump the great exposer, right? He was the great exposer. He exposed everything. Now we're coming into, we did the ICE raids, more ICE raids to come, by the way. I'm hearing they're going to be very severe coming. Maduro was captured. Iran has been neutralized. We're still going to have some problems with Iran, from my understanding. They're not going to give up that easily, but they are neutralized as a nuclear threat. But that doesn't mean that the globalists don't have more tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing, yes, another boogeyman where people get sick is on its way. Lots of stuff in the pipeline, folks. They're not going to just roll over and play dead. They're not. This is going to get a lot more bumpy, a lot more turbulence.
Global currency reset. Thursday, May 7th. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B could come over the weekend with a toll-free number and an email, likely either Monday or Tuesday for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8th, the Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Sunday, May 10th, Starlink will power the emergency broadcast system exposing cabal crimes. Monday, May 11th, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. Friday, May 15th, new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live.
Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet bank account on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, the 4th of July, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now.
Friday, May 8th, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now, far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications, signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation. The process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8th, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole, final chapter. France, quietly between July 2025 and January 2026, pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar gone. $15 billion back to Paris. France did not repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons repatriated. China bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases month after month. Germany requested emergency repatriation in April, not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine yesterday, different from anything in the past. 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO yesterday warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN yesterday literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now, but they won't tell you why. Everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why. You don't leave your gold in a vault. That's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th, meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the multilateral settlement protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system, gold-backed, dollar-independent, $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built, the gold is moved, the players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification, that's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing, it's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home. It's going to the new vault. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9th, 2026. Friday, May 8th, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the Office of the First Partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we're finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. California Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the Office of the First Partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They are stealing millions. Just so we are clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. And Friday, May 8th, explosive report, Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8th, breaking explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million-dollar bribe allegations. Friday, May 8th, the note. Yesterday, a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell, found by his cellmate, sealed by the court until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again, slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on earth, writes a goodbye letter? Hides it in a comic book and nobody finds it for 6 years? No. That note wasn't written by him, it was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates, Musk, Tisch, all in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics is still sealed. They released the note to close the story, to make you believe it's over, that he's gone. He's not gone. August 10th, 2019, camera malfunction, 2 guards asleep, body removed in 14 minutes. No independent autopsy. Hyoid bone broken, consistent with strangulation, not hanging. The note is the script they gave him before extraction. Ask yourself, why is Trump pushing to release everything? UFO files, JFK, now Epstein, because he knows the real list drops before June. The names on it will end careers, collapse foundations, and trigger extradition orders across 7 countries. They gave you the note to make